Hello, my tired friends. We made it to the end of this crazy day, so why don't we get snuggled up and let me tell you a story about how ancient China discovered the art of light through fireworks. This is a story without battles or conquests, just curious minds, patient experimentation, and the slow revelation that sometimes the most beautiful things emerge from the quietest pursuits. If you're new here, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. I also want to give a shout out to a couple of friends from our community, Connor, Efreya and Rumalo56. We appreciate you guys so much. Now find your favourite spot and let's begin. Close your eyes and imagine the night sky over ancient China sometime around the 7th century. There are no streetlights, no neon signs, and no glow from smartphones or television screens filtering through curtains. The darkness here is complete in a way that most of us have never experienced, broken only by oil lamps flickering in windows and the vast sweep of stars overhead. So many stars that the Milky Way looks like spilled rice across black silk. In this world, night meant something different than it does for you now. When the sun set over the tiled roofs and winding rivers, most people simply stopped their work. Farmers returned to their homes, markets closed. The rhythm of life followed the sun because working after dark was difficult, expensive, and frankly exhausting when your only light source required constant feeding with oil or tallow. But in certain workshops scattered throughout the empire, light still burned long after sunset. These were the spaces of alchemists, not the magical wizards you might picture from fantasy novels, but something closer to the chemists and pharmacists of their time, though they would have been puzzled by those modern terms. These practitioners mixed substances, heated materials, ground minerals into powders, and recorded their observations with the kind of meticulous care that would make a modern scientist nod in approval. The alchemists worked by lamplight, their faces illuminated by small flames that cast dancing shadows on walls covered with shelves. These shelves held ceramic jars and bamboo containers, each carefully labelled in elegant characters that described their contents. Sulphur from volcanic regions, saltpeter gathered from cave walls, and charcoal ground from specific types of wood. The air in these workshops carried a distinctive smell, earthy, mineral, slightly acrid, with occasional sweet notes from various plant materials. You need to understand that these people weren't trying to invent fireworks. That thought hadn't occurred to anyone because fireworks didn't exist yet. The alchemists were pursuing something that seemed far more practical and infinitely more important: immortality. Or at least they were seeking elixirs that might extend life, cure diseases, or grant various forms of spiritual enlightenment. The idea that their experiments might instead produce spectacular entertainment would have struck them as a curious and probably disappointing outcome. Chinese alchemical tradition by this period had developed over centuries, building on texts and teachings passed from master to student in an unbroken chain of knowledge. These practitioners combined what we might call proto-chemistry with philosophical concepts drawn from Taoism and Buddhism. They believed that by understanding and manipulating the fundamental substances of the material world, they could achieve transformations that extended beyond the merely physical. The night sky above these workshops held profound meaning in Chinese cosmology. Astronomers had been mapping the heavens for thousands of years, recording the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses and weaving celestial observations into both calendar keeping and philosophical understanding. The idea that humans might one day add their own lights to the night sky, colourful, brilliant, temporary flashes that existed purely for beauty, would have seemed like a peculiar form of hubris. And yet, that's exactly what was about to happen. In the quiet hours after midnight, when even the city's dogs had finished their evening chorus and settled into sleep, alchemists continued their patient work. They heated substances in ceramic vessels, watching how materials change colour and texture under flame. They mixed powders in careful proportions, grinding components together with pestles that had been smoothed by generations of use. They wrote down their observations in characters that flowed like water across paper or silk, creating records that would be studied by students decades or centuries later. The temperature in these workshops varied with the season. In winter, the furnaces provided welcome warmth, and alchemists might work through the night in relative comfort, their hands steady as they measured and mixed. In summer, the heat from flames and furnaces made the work almost unbearable, and practitioners often chose the cooler night hours for their more delicate experiments, working with windows open to catch whatever breeze might pass through the humid air. What none of these night workers realised was that they stood at the edge of a discovery that would transform human celebration and self-expression in ways that would echo through the next 1,000 years. The substances sitting in their jars, sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal, were waiting to teach humanity something new about light, sound, and the surprising beauty that can emerge from controlled combustion. But discovery requires more than just the right materials. It requires patience, careful observation, and often a willingness to recognise that you've found something interesting, even when it's not what you were looking for. The alchemists of Tang Dynasty China possessed all these qualities in abundance, along with something else crucial. They kept detailed records of their work, allowing knowledge to accumulate across generations. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the sound of a pestle grinding against stone, the soft scratch of a brush recording observations, and the gentle crackle of a small furnace maintaining steady heat. These were the sounds of inquiry, of human curiosity pursuing understanding through direct investigation of the material world. In their quiet way, these sounds were the prelude to the spectacular explosions of colour that would one day mark festivals and celebrations around the world. Let's slow down and really observe what these alchemists were doing, because their daily practice was far more interesting than any dramatic explosion. In fact, the first steps toward fireworks were probably quite boring in the moment, which makes them perfect for our bedtime story. Picture yourself as an apprentice in one of these workshops, learning the craft from a master who has spent decades studying the properties of materials. Your mornings begin with grinding. Sulphur must be reduced to a fine powder. Charcoal needs to be crushed to a consistency that looks almost like soot. And saltpeter requires patient pulverizing until it feels like silk between your fingers. This grinding work is meditative in its repetition, the kind of task that allows your mind to wander while your hands maintain their steady rhythm. Sulphur arrived at the workshop in lumpy yellow chunks that looked like strange cheese, harvested from volcanic regions where the earth itself seemed to breathe out this mineral. When you ground it, the smell was unmistakable. That distinctive sharp odour that makes you think of hot springs and volcanic vents. A scent that told your nose something about the Earth's inner chemistry, even if you couldn't articulate what that something was. Saltpeter, known to the Chinese as Chinese snow or fire drug, came from a more prosaic source. It crystallised on the walls of caves, in certain types of soil, and particularly around places where organic material had decomposed over long periods. Collectors knew where to find the best deposits, often in caves that had sheltered bats or other animals whose waste had contributed to the formation of these white crystalline formations. When purified and dried, saltpeter looked innocent enough. White crystals that you might mistake for salt if you didn't know better. Charcoal was perhaps the most familiar of the three ingredients, produced by the controlled burning of wood in low oxygen conditions. But not just any charcoal would do. Alchemists learned through patient trial and error that charcoal from different woods had different properties. Willow charcoal burned differently than pine charcoal. The temperature at which the wood had been charred made a difference. These subtle variations mattered in ways that wouldn't become fully clear until much later. The master alchemist would teach you to test materials before using them in important experiments. A small bit of sulphur placed on a hot surface should melt smoothly and burn with a particular colour of flame. Saltpeter should dissolve cleanly in water without leaving excessive residue. Charcoal should be light, pure, and free from unburned wood. These quality checks were part of the daily rhythm, small acts of verification that ensured you were working with known substances rather than impure mixtures. The alchemical texts that guided this work were sometimes frustratingly vague by modern standards. Instructions might read something like, "Take the essence of fire," or "Combine the earthly and heavenly elements in balance," leaving considerable room for interpretation. Apprentices learned that these poetic descriptions often encoded specific procedures that made more sense once you understood the underlying principles through direct experience. When alchemists began experimenting with combinations of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, they were following a logical path in their search for transformative substances. Sulfur was associated with fire and transformation. Saltpeter had remarkable properties. It could preserve food, it affected the way things burned, and it seemed to possess a kind of inherent power that alchemists found fascinating. Charcoal represented the transformation of wood through fire, a substance that had already undergone a kind of alchemical change. The first mixtures were probably quite simple, perhaps equal parts of each ingredient, ground together and heated gently to see what would happen. The results would have been interesting but not spectacular. The mixture burned more readily than any single component alone, producing flames and heat in unexpected ways. This would have been noted, recorded, and investigated further. You have to imagine the patience involved here. Modern chemistry students can look up exact formulas and expected results. These alchemists were exploring completely unknown territory, with no periodic table to guide them, no understanding of oxidation or combustion at the molecular level, just careful observation and systematic experimentation. When a mixture behaved in unexpected ways, they would vary the proportions slightly, a bit more sulfur, a bit less charcoal, or different grades of saltpeter. At some point, and we don't know exactly when or where because the discovery wasn't initially seen as particularly important, someone created a mixture with roughly the right proportions to produce what we now call black powder or gunpowder. This mixture, when ignited in an enclosed space, didn't just burn steadily. It deflagrated rapidly, producing gas and heat so quickly that it created pressure, force, and a distinctive sharp report that probably startled everyone in the workshop. The first reaction to this discovery was likely not excitement, but concern. Alchemists were trying to create elixirs of life, not explosive substances. An experiment that resulted in loud noises, acrid smoke, and potential danger was, from their perspective, a failure. Some early texts warned against certain combinations of materials, describing them as dangerous and unsuitable for their intended purposes. These warnings, preserved in alchemical manuscripts, are some of our earliest evidence of black powder's discovery. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially among people dedicated to understanding how materials behave. Even if explosive mixtures weren't useful for creating immortality elixirs, they were certainly interesting. Some alchemists began experimenting with these energetic combinations, probably moving their work outdoors or to more isolated locations where sudden noises and bursts of flame wouldn't disturb neighbours or risk damaging their workshops. They discovered that the mixture's behaviour changed dramatically based on several factors. The fineness of the grinding mattered. Finer powders reacted more quickly. The proportions were crucial. Too much sulphur and the mixture burned sluggishly. Too much saltpeter and it barely burned at all. The right balance created that rapid deflagration. The moisture content affected stability and performance. These were the kinds of details that could only be learned through repeated experimentation. Someone, and again, we don't know who, because these weren't the kinds of experiments that seemed worthy of recording prominent discoveries, had the idea of putting the mixture in a bamboo tube. Bamboo was ubiquitous in China, used for everything from scaffolding to musical instruments to water pipes. It grew hollow naturally, creating ready-made tubes that were light, fairly strong, and easily cut to size. When black powder was placed in a bamboo tube with one end sealed and then ignited, something remarkable happened. The rapid production of gas had nowhere to go but out the open end, creating thrust. The tube jumped, moved, or if held down, roared and shot flame from the opening. The noise was considerable, a sharp crack or bang that echoed across courtyards and probably provoked complaints from neighbours trying to sleep. If the bamboo tube was closed at both ends with just a small hole in the sealed portions, the pressure would build until the bamboo split or ruptured with an even louder report. This created something new in human experience, an intentional loud noise not produced by hitting things together, not created by voice or horn, but generated by chemical reaction. The sound was sharp, distinctive, and attention-getting in a way that must have seemed almost magical. And here's where the story takes its turn towards celebration rather than alchemy. Because someone, watching these bamboo tubes split and rupture with their sharp bangs, had a thought that changed everything. What if that's actually useful? Not for making medicine or pursuing immortality, but for something else entirely. For driving away evil spirits, for marking important moments, and for adding drama and excitement to celebrations. Now we reach one of those moments in history where practical use diverges from original intent, and something created for one purpose finds its true calling in something entirely different. The journey from alchemist's mishap to festival entertainment required a shift in perspective. Someone had to look at a loud, smoky, sometimes dangerous chemical reaction and think, let's do that on purpose, for fun. Chinese culture had a long tradition of using noise to drive away evil spirits and negative forces. During New Year celebrations, people would bang drums, clang cymbals, and create as much commotion as possible to scare away any malevolent entities that might want to linger into the new year. The louder the better, because evil spirits were apparently quite timid and easily startled. So when someone observed that bamboo tubes filled with black powder produced remarkably loud bangs, it wasn't a huge leap to think, we could use this for New Year. The first firecrackers, and they were literally crackers of fire, bamboo crackling from internal pressure, were probably used this way, as noisemakers for festivals and celebrations. Imagine the first New Year festival where these devices were used. Families would light traditional firecrackers made from regular bamboo. These produced pops and cracks as air pockets in the bamboo exploded from heat. But then someone would bring out the special bamboo tubes, the ones filled with the alchemist's powder, and the resulting bangs would be so much louder, so much more impressive, that everyone would jump and laugh and feel certain that no evil spirit would dare linger after that kind of announcement. The transition from medicinal research to entertainment might seem strange, but it follows a pattern you can observe throughout history. Plenty of substances and technologies discovered for serious purposes found their calling in pleasure and celebration. The ancient Chinese weren't unique in repurposing their discoveries, they were just particularly creative about it. Once black powder moved from alchemical workshops into the realm of celebration and entertainment, different kinds of experimentation began. Entertainers and festival organisers weren't trying to achieve spiritual transformation, they were trying to create impressive displays. This changed what questions people asked and what kinds of innovations they pursued. Someone discovered that if you pack the powder less tightly in a bamboo tube with a small opening, it would shoot sparks and flames rather than just explode. This created a fountain effect, streams of fire and bright sparks shooting upward in a display that was beautiful in addition to being loud. For the first time, black powder was producing light effects, not just sound. The discovery that different materials added to the black powder mixture could produce different colours came gradually. Copper compounds created blue-green tints. Iron filings added golden sparks. Different types of charcoal burned with subtly different hues. These discoveries were probably accidental at first. Someone used charcoal from a particular wood or powder that had been stored in a copper container and noticed that the flames looked different. These early fireworks, if we can call them that, though they were still quite primitive, were probably used at important occasions beyond just New Year celebrations. weddings might feature special bamboo crackers to bless the union and frighten away any spirits that might bring bad luck. Religious festivals could include fire displays as offerings or ceremonies. Important visitors might be greeted with impressive noises and flames as a sign of honour and celebration. The aesthetic that developed around these early displays was distinctly Chinese, emphasising certain qualities over others. Loud noises were good. They fulfilled the practical purpose of spirit scaring, and also demonstrated the power and effectiveness of the display. Bright sparks and flames were desirable, creating visual interest and beauty. But the displays remained relatively close to the ground, shooting up from tubes planted in the earth or held by brave individuals who understood the timing. The social aspects of these celebrations mattered as much as the pyrotechnics themselves. Festivals were communal events where families gathered, special foods were prepared, and the normal routines of daily life were set aside for collective celebration. The fire displays became one element in a rich tapestry of activities, but an increasingly important element, because they offered something unique that couldn't be replicated through any other means. As these practices spread from one region to another, local variations developed. Different areas had access to different materials, leading to regional styles of firecracker construction and firing. Some regions became known for particularly loud crackers, others for especially bright sparks, and still others for innovative designs and effects. This diversity meant that the art of fire displays was constantly evolving, with techniques and innovations spreading through networks of merchants, travellers and festival organisers. The manufacture of these devices began to shift from alchemists to specialised craftspeople who focused specifically on creating items for celebration rather than pursuing any medicinal or spiritual goals. These early pyrotechnicians learned through apprenticeship, mastering the art of grinding powders to the right consistency, mixing proportions that would burn correctly, and packing bamboo tubes in ways that produced desired effects without being too dangerous. Safety was, of course, a concern, though perhaps not emphasised as much as modern safety. Professionals might prefer. Accidents happened, bamboo tubes exploded prematurely, sparks ignited nearby materials, and enthusiastic celebrations sometimes resulted in burns or injuries. But the benefits, the joy, the spectacle, the sense of driving away evil and welcoming good fortune, seemed to outweigh these risks in the minds of most participants. The timing of displays became ritualised. Certain moments and festivals would be marked by particularly impressive crackers or fire fountains. The New Year transition, for instance, might feature sustained sequences of explosions, creating a wall of sound that marked the boundary between the old year and the new. Wedding ceremonies might include specific patterns of crackers that symbolised good wishes for the couple. These rituals gave structure and meaning to what might otherwise be just random explosions. Children, of course, were fascinated by these fire devices, though probably not allowed to handle them directly given the obvious dangers. Part of growing up in a community that used black powder for celebrations meant learning the appropriate respect for these powerful substances, understanding that they were wonderful but needed to be treated with care, that the loud noises and bright sparks came with real risks that required adult supervision and expertise. The psychology of these displays is worth considering as you settle deeper into relaxation. Why do humans enjoy loud noises and bright lights, especially in celebration? There's something primal about our attraction to fire, to light in darkness, and to sounds that command attention and announce importance. The Chinese pyrotechnicians had tapped into something fundamental about human perception and emotion, creating experiences that engaged multiple senses simultaneously and marked moments as special and significant. As we move forward through Chinese history into the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and especially the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE, the use of fireworks in festivals became increasingly sophisticated and culturally important. These were periods of remarkable artistic flourishing in China: poetry, painting, ceramics, and yes, the art of fire displays all reached new heights of refinement. The Tang dynasty was a time when China's capital cities grew into cosmopolitan centres where merchants from across Asia met, traded goods, and exchanged ideas. Chang'an, the Tang capital, became one of the largest cities in the world, home to over 1 million people who came from dozens of different ethnic groups and cultural backgrounds. In this environment, festivals became showcases for imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication. Imperial festivals during the Tang period were spectacular affairs that lasted for days and featured every form of entertainment imaginable. There were musical performances with orchestras of dozens of instruments, dance troupes performing elaborate choreographed pieces, acrobats and jugglers demonstrating impossible feats of balance and coordination, and yes, increasingly impressive fire displays that had evolved far beyond the simple bamboo crackers of earlier generations. The fireworks of the Tang period began to include what we might call special effects. Craftspeople learned to create devices that would shoot sparks in particular patterns, or that would burn through sequences of different colours, or that would create shapes and images in flame. These innovations required careful engineering, designing tubes with multiple chambers, arranging different powder mixtures in specific orders, and timing sequences so that one effect would lead naturally into another. Lantern festivals became particularly associated with fire displays. These events, traditionally held on the 15th day of the first lunar month, featured elaborate paper lanterns lit by candles and carried through streets in processions. The combination of soft lantern light and the sudden brilliance of fireworks created an aesthetic contrast that festival organisers found compelling. The gentle glow of paper and silk, punctuated by sharp bursts of sparks and flame. During the Song dynasty, the sophistication of fireworks reached new levels. This was partly because Song China was remarkably prosperous and urbanised, creating demand for elaborate entertainment, and partly because the technical knowledge of black powder and its applications had matured through centuries of experimentation. Song fireworks catalogues. Yes, they had catalogues. Described dozens of different types of devices with specialised names and functions. There were ground rats that would scurry across the earth shooting sparks, water rats designed to skim across the surface of ponds while burning, and flying fish that would leap and arc through the air. Each of these devices required careful design to produce the desired motion and effects. The craftspeople who made them were combining practical knowledge of physics, thrust, balance, trajectory, with chemistry and artistry. Skyrockets appeared during this period, representing a major advance in fireworks technology. By carefully designing the tube and powder load, pyrotechnicians could create devices that would shoot high into the air before exploding or releasing sparks. These weren't yet the elaborate aerial displays of modern fireworks, but they were moving in that direction, taking fire effects up into the night sky rather than keeping them bound to the earth. The social organisation of fireworks displays also became more sophisticated. Imperial workshops employed teams of specialists who did nothing but create fire devices for court celebrations. Master craftspeople commanded high prices for their services, and successful pyrotechnicians might travel from city to city, hired by wealthy merchants and officials to create impressive displays for important occasions. Competition between different workshops and craftspeople drove innovation. When one festival featured a new type of device or effect, others would try to replicate and improve upon it. This competitive dynamic, combined with the resources available in prosperous Song cities, meant that fireworks technology advanced more rapidly during this period than it had in previous centuries. The aesthetic principles that guided these displays were becoming more clearly articulated. Song festival organisers valued surprise, effects that would delight audiences by exceeding expectations. They appreciated variety. A good display should include many different types of devices producing different sounds and visual effects. They sought crescendo, building from smaller displays to larger, more impressive climaxes that would leave audiences marvelling. Integration with other art forms became increasingly important. Fireworks might accompany musical performances with effects timed to key moments in the music. They might be combined with theatrical presentations, adding drama and spectacle to stories being enacted. The best displays were seen as complete artistic experiences that engaged multiple senses and emotions simultaneously. The symbolism embedded in these displays grew more complex. Different colours could represent different concepts: red for good fortune, white for purity, and golden sparks for wealth and prosperity. Certain patterns might suggest specific images: dragons, phoenixes, flowers, or celestial phenomena. Audiences learned to read these visual languages, understanding the meanings and wishes encoded in the fire and smoke. Religious and philosophical dimensions added depth to what might otherwise be mere entertainment. Buddhist temples used fireworks in ceremonies, seeing in the temporary brilliance of sparks a metaphor for the transient nature of existence. Taoist celebrations might incorporate fire displays as representations of transformation and the interplay of fundamental elements. These meanings coexisted with more straightforward enjoyment of beauty and spectacle. The scale of some Song dynasty displays was remarkable. Major festivals might burn through thousands of individual devices over the course of several nights. The preparation required months of work by teams of craftspeople, the coordination of materials from across the empire, and careful planning of sequences and effects. These were productions that rivaled modern events in their complexity and ambition. Descriptions from song poetry and prose give us glimpses of what these displays looked like to contemporary observers. Writers described nights when the sky seemed to bloom with flowers of fire, when artificial stars competed with natural ones, and when the boundaries between earthly celebration and heavenly phenomena seemed to blur in clouds of coloured sparks and thunderous reports. But alongside these poetic descriptions, we also have more practical documents, manuals that describe how to make specific types of fireworks, safety warnings about proper handling procedures, regulations governing when and where displays could be held, and records of accidents that occurred when things went wrong. This combination of artistic appreciation and practical documentation gives us a remarkably complete picture of how fireworks were integrated into Song dynasty life. The experience of attending one of these major festivals would have been overwhelming in the best possible way. Too much to fully process, an abundance of sensory input that would leave you dazed and delighted. The smell of black powder smoke mixed with incense and cooking food. The sounds ranged from whisper-quiet crackles to reports that shook your chest. The visual experience shifted from darkness to brilliant illumination and back again, leaving after images floating across your vision. And through it all, there was the social experience of being part of a crowd, sharing amazement and delight with thousands of other people, and feeling connected to tradition and community through participation in these ancient yet ever-new celebrations. The fireworks weren't just entertainment, they were threads in the fabric of social life, markers of time and season, and expressions of hope and joy. Now we follow the knowledge of black powder and fireworks as it spreads beyond China's borders, carried by merchants, travellers and invaders, along the trade routes that connected ancient civilizations. This dispersal took centuries and happened through many different channels, each adding their own cultural interpretations to the basic technology. The Silk Road, actually a network of routes rather than a single road, served as the primary conduit for many Chinese innovations travelling westward. Merchants carrying silk, porcelain and tea also carried knowledge, sometimes intentionally and sometimes accidentally. The formula for black powder, initially treated as a valuable secret, gradually leaked out through these commercial networks. Arab traders were among the first non-Chinese peoples to encounter fireworks, probably sometime during the late Tang or early Song period. These merchants, who maintained extensive trading networks stretching from China to the Mediterranean, recognized the commercial and military potential of black powder technology. Arab alchemists and craftspeople began experimenting with their own versions of Chinese formulas, adapting them to local materials and purposes. The transmission of knowledge wasn't always straightforward. Recipes might be partially understood or incompletely recorded. Materials available in the Middle East weren't identical to those in China, requiring adaptation and experimentation. What emerged were regional variations on the basic technology, each influenced by local conditions and cultural preferences. In the Islamic world, black powder found applications in both warfare and celebration, though the celebratory uses took longer to develop. Initially, the focus was on the powder's potential as a military tool, for mining operations, for weapons, for demolition. But as the technology matured, Middle Eastern craftspeople began creating their own versions of festival displays, influenced by Chinese models but adapted to Islamic aesthetic principles and religious contexts. Mongol conquests in the 13th century dramatically accelerated the spread of Chinese technologies, including fireworks. The Mongol Empire at its height stretched from China to Europe, creating unprecedented opportunities for cultural exchange and technology transfer. Mongol armies employed Chinese engineers and craftspeople who brought their knowledge of pyrotechnics to new regions. European encounters with fireworks probably began through contact with the Islamic world during the Crusades and through Mongol presence in Eastern Europe. The first European descriptions of black powder and fire devices date from the 13th century and show a mixture of fascination and fear regarding these strange Eastern inventions that produce such dramatic effects. Marco Polo's accounts of his travels in China, written in the late 13th century, included descriptions of fire displays that must have seemed almost incredible to European readers. His writing about festivals with fire that flew through the air and devices that made thunderous sounds contributed to European understanding of Chinese pyrotechnics, though actual technology transfer happened through more direct channels. European craftspeople and alchemists began experimenting with black powder in the 14th century, initially focusing on military applications but gradually recognizing its potential for celebration and display. Italian city-states were particularly innovative in developing European styles of fireworks, creating devices and displays that combined Chinese technical knowledge with European artistic sensibilities. The Italian development of fireworks as a performing art reached sophisticated levels by the 15th and 16th centuries. Pyrotechnicians in Florence, Rome, and Venice created elaborate displays for religious festivals, civic celebrations, and private events. These weren't simple copies of Chinese models, but represented genuine innovation, developing new types of devices and new approaches to choreographing displays. Italian pyrotechnicians introduced several important innovations. They developed more reliable ignition systems that allowed better timing of effects. They created shells, containers that could be launched into the air and would burst at altitude, releasing stars or other effects. They experimented with more complex chemical compositions that produced brighter colours and longer-lasting effects than earlier Chinese formulas. The aesthetic that emerged in European fireworks differed from Chinese traditions in interesting ways. European displays often emphasized geometric patterns and symmetrical designs, reflecting Renaissance artistic principles. They integrated fireworks into broader theatrical productions, using them as elements in allegorical pageants and narrative spectacles. The symbolic vocabulary drew from classical mythology and Christian iconography rather than Chinese cultural references. From Italy, fireworks technology spread to other European centres. France developed its own pyrotechnic traditions, with displays becoming important elements of royal celebrations and civic festivals. England imported Italian experts to create displays for coronations and other state occasions. Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands all developed regional specialties and techniques. In India, Mughal emperors incorporated fireworks into court celebrations, creating a distinctive Indo-Persian style that combined Islamic and Hindu aesthetic elements. Japanese adoption of fireworks, influenced by Chinese technology but developing its own unique characteristics, led to the sophisticated Hanabi traditions that continue today. Each culture that encountered fireworks technology adapted it to local materials, aesthetics, and ceremonial needs. The global dispersal of fireworks technology over several centuries created a fascinating pattern of cultural adaptation and innovation. A technology invented by Chinese alchemists pursuing immortality became a global language of celebration, but one that was pronounced differently in each cultural context. The basic chemistry remained similar, but the ways people use fireworks to express joy, mark important moments, and create shared experiences varied enormously. By the 17th and 18th centuries, fireworks had become established in most major cultures across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Each region had developed its own traditions, its own master craftspeople, and its own festival occasions when fire displays were expected and anticipated. The original Chinese innovations had sparked, if you'll pardon the expression, a worldwide tradition that continued to evolve and diversify. This global spread meant that fireworks became one of those rare technologies that transcended cultural boundaries while being adapted to countless local contexts. A celebration in Beijing, Baghdad, and Barcelona might all feature fireworks, but the specific forms those displays took, the occasions they marked, and the meanings they carried would differ significantly based on local culture and tradition. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge also created networks of practitioners who shared techniques and innovations across cultural boundaries. Master fireworks makers might travel to learn new methods or share discoveries through correspondence and published texts. Despite political conflicts and cultural differences, the community of people who understood how to create controlled explosions of light and sound maintained a kind of professional kinship based on shared expertise. Let's slow down now and really explore what it meant to be a master pyrotechnician, someone who had devoted their life to understanding how to paint with fire and speak with thunder. This isn't glamorous work, despite the spectacular results. It's patient, detailed, sometimes dangerous, and requires the kind of accumulated wisdom that can only come from years of careful practice. A master fireworks maker's workshop would be a carefully organised space, because organisation might mean the difference between beautiful displays and tragic accidents. Raw materials would be stored separately, kept dry and cool, each substance in its designated location. The workshop would likely be set apart from other buildings, a safety precaution that also provided the quiet needed for concentration during delicate work. The grinding of powder was an art in itself. Too coarse, and the mixture wouldn't burn properly, producing disappointing effects or failing to ignite at all. Too fine, and it became dangerously sensitive, prone to accidental ignition from friction or static. The right consistency felt specific in your hands, not quite like flour, not quite like sand, but something in between that could only be learned through touch and experience. Mixing required attention that bordered on meditation. The proportions had to be exact, but exact by feel and appearance rather than by precise measurement with calibrated instruments. A master could look at a mixture and know whether it needed more saltpeter or less sulphur. They could feel the texture between their fingers and sense whether the grinding had been sufficient. This knowledge wasn't written down in formulas, it lived in the hands and senses of practitioners. Creating effects required understanding the relationship between form and function. A tightly packed tube produced different results than a loosely packed one. The diameter of the opening determined how sparks would disperse. The length of the tube affected how long effects would last. The placement of different powder mixtures in layers or compartments created sequences of changing effects. All of these variables had to be considered and controlled. Colour effects, which had begun with simple observations about how different materials affected flames, gradually became more sophisticated. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European and Asian pyrotechnicians had developed extensive palettes of colours through experimentation with various mineral compounds. Strontium produced brilliant reds, barium gave greens, copper created blues, sodium generated intense yellows. The challenge was creating compounds that would burn at the right temperature, produce the desired colour, and remain stable during storage and handling. The timing of effects was perhaps the most challenging aspect of complex displays. Fuses had to be cut to specific lengths to create delays between different elements. Sequences needed to build logically from one effect to another. Simultaneous effects required careful synchronization. Master pyrotechnicians developed various techniques for controlling timing. Slow-burning fuses, quick match that would propagate flame rapidly, and elaborate firing systems that allowed complex sequences to unfold reliably. Safety awareness was crucial, but had to be balanced against the nature of the work. You were, after all, deliberately creating controlled explosions. Accidents happened even to the most experienced practitioners, premature ignitions, unexpected reactions, and devices that behaved differently than anticipated. Successful pyrotechnicians learned to respect the materials without being paralyzed by fear, developed safe working procedures, and maintained constant vigilance during both preparation and performance. The meaning embedded in fireworks displays went far beyond simple entertainment. In Chinese culture, the loud noises continued to serve their original purpose of driving away negative spirits and forces, but they also came to symbolize the power of transformation itself. The way ordinary materials could become extraordinary through proper combination and treatment. Each burst of sparks represented possibility, the potential for sudden, brilliant change. In European contexts, fireworks became associated with power and authority. Royal displays demonstrated the wealth and sophistication of monarchs who could afford to literally burn money in spectacular fashion. The ability to command such displays showed control over powerful forces, suggesting by extension the power of the ruler over their realm. But they also represented something more democratic, moments when spectacular beauty was available to everyone present, regardless of social status. Japanese culture developed particularly rich symbolic associations with fireworks, or hanabi, which literally translates as fire flowers. The transient beauty of fireworks, brilliant for a moment, then gone, resonated with Buddhist concepts of impermanence and the Japanese aesthetic principle of mono no aware, the pathos of things that are beautiful precisely because they don't last. Watching fireworks became a form of meditation on the nature of existence itself. The craftsmanship involved in creating these displays was respected across cultures. A master pyrotechnician occupied a unique social position, part artisan, part artist, and part dangerous magician, who handled forces that could destroy as easily as delight. Their knowledge was valuable, sometimes carefully guarded, and passed down through apprenticeship relationships that might last decades before a student was considered ready to work independently. The physical toll of the craft shouldn't be ignored. Working with black powder and its various chemical relatives meant constant exposure to substances that weren't particularly good for human health. The loud noises could damage hearing over time. Burns were occupational hazards. The stress of knowing that mistakes could be catastrophic probably affected practitioners' mental health in ways that wouldn't have been discussed or addressed in earlier centuries. Yet people continued choosing this profession, drawn by the satisfaction of creating beauty, the prestige that came with mastery, and perhaps something deeper, the appeal of working with forces that existed at the boundary between control and chaos. There's something fundamentally human about the desire to take dangerous materials and transform them into sources of joy and wonder. The seasonal rhythm of a pyrotechnician's life varied by culture, but generally followed patterns of festivals and celebrations. Preparations might begin months before major events, with the quieter seasons devoted to experimenting with new effects, replenishing supplies, and training apprentices. As festivals approached, the pace would intensify. Long hours in the workshop, careful testing of devices, and coordination with festival organisers about timing and placement. The actual performance of a display required intense concentration. Once ignition began, there was little room for error or correction. Effects had to unfold as planned, timed sequences had to proceed correctly, and the pyrotechnician had to monitor everything while standing near substances that could, if mishandled, produce unfortunate results. The combination of careful preparation and real-time awareness needed for successful displays demanded a particular temperament. Patient yet confident, detail-oriented yet able to improvise when necessary. After a display ended, there was always clean-up, gathering spent devices, checking for anything that failed to ignite properly, and making notes about what worked well and what could be improved. This unglamorous aftermath was actually crucial to the craft, because systematic observation of results allowed continuous refinement of techniques. The greatest pyrotechnicians were those who learned from every display, filing away mental notes about how different weather conditions affected performance, which designs proved most reliable, and what audiences responded to most enthusiastically. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge involved both explicit teaching and tacit understanding. Apprentices could be taught formulas, proportions, and basic techniques, but the deeper expertise, the ability to sense when a mixture was right, to anticipate how a device would perform, and to solve problems that arose during preparation, could only be acquired through years of practice under skilled guidance. This made master craftspeople invaluable, their accumulated experience representing knowledge that couldn't be replaced simply by reading written instructions. Different cultures developed different training methods. Chinese workshops often kept knowledge within family lines, with skills passed from parent to child across generations. European guilds created more formal apprenticeship structures with defined periods of training and examinations before certification. Japanese traditions emphasized the spiritual dimensions of craftsmanship alongside technical proficiency, treating fireworks creation as a discipline that refined character as well as skill. The economics of the fireworks trade varied enormously. In some contexts, pyrotechnicians were well-compensated craftspeople who earned comfortable livings from their expertise. In others, they struggled financially, their income depending on irregular festival work and the patronage of wealthy sponsors. The materials themselves represented a significant expense. High-quality chemicals and supplies weren't cheap, and the investment required to set up a proper workshop could be substantial. Innovation in the craft came from multiple sources. Sometimes technical advances emerged from systematic experimentation by master craftspeople exploring new possibilities. Other times, accidents or mistakes led to unexpected effects that, once understood, could be deliberately reproduced. Cross-cultural exchanges introduced techniques from different traditions, spurring hybrid innovations that combined elements from various approaches, and occasionally advances in related fields, chemistry, metallurgy, and papermaking, provided new materials or methods that pyrotechnicians could adapt for their purposes. As you sink deeper into relaxation, your breathing slow and steady, let's trace the final threads of our story. How those ancient Chinese alchemists, grinding powders by lamplight in pursuit of immortality, inadvertently gave humanity a new language for expressing joy, marking transitions and creating shared moments of wonder. The legacy of those first fireworks extends far beyond the spectacular displays we see today. Every time someone celebrates the new year with sparklers and rockets, they're participating in a tradition that stretches back over 1,000 years to those Tang Dynasty workshops, where alchemists mix sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal in search of something entirely different. The connection between those early experiments and modern celebrations represents one of the longest continuous cultural practices in human history. Modern fireworks, of course, have been transformed by centuries of innovation and by scientific understanding that ancient alchemists couldn't have imagined. We now comprehend the molecular basis of combustion, can predict how different chemical compounds will behave at various temperatures, and design effects with computer precision. Yet the fundamental materials, sulfur, potassium nitrate, and charcoal, remain essentially the same as those used in ancient China. The sophistication lies in how we combine and deploy them, not in replacing them with something entirely new. The scale of contemporary displays would astound those early pyrotechnicians. Major celebrations in modern cities might burn through tens of thousands of individual effects in a single evening, choreographed to music with split-second timing, launched from multiple locations simultaneously, and designed to be visible to audiences numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The logistics of such events require teams of specialists, months of planning, sophisticated electronic firing systems, and coordination that would have seemed like sorcery to ancient practitioners. Yet something essential remains unchanged. When you watch fireworks burst across the night sky, you're experiencing the same fundamental wonder that audiences felt 1,000 years ago. The surprise of light blooming in darkness, the visceral impact of sudden loud sounds, and the shared gasp of a crowd witnessing something that exceeds everyday experience. The technology may have advanced, but human psychology hasn't changed. We're still creatures who respond to fire and light with deep primal fascination. The safety standards surrounding modern fireworks represent dramatic improvements over historical practices. Contemporary pyrotechnicians undergo extensive training and certification, follow strict regulations about storage and handling, and employ safety equipment and procedures that minimize risks. The materials themselves have been refined to be more stable and predictable. Accidents still occur, but they're far less common than they were when fireworks creation was a more intuitive, less regulated craft. Environmental concerns about fireworks have emerged in recent decades as we've become more aware of pollution and its effects. The smoke from black powder and various chemical compositions contains substances that aren't particularly beneficial to air quality. Debris from spent shells and casings creates cleanup challenges. The noise disturbs wildlife and can be traumatic for people and animals with sound sensitivities. These concerns have spurred innovation in developing cleaner pyrotechnics, quieter displays, and alternative celebration methods, though traditional fireworks remain popular despite these issues. The democratic nature of fireworks, the way they create shared experiences available to everyone present, gives them a unique cultural role. Unlike many art forms that require education or cultural knowledge to fully appreciate, fireworks communicate immediately and viscerally. You don't need training to understand that brilliant colours bursting across the sky are beautiful and exciting. This accessibility helps explain why fireworks have been adopted by virtually every culture they've encountered. Different occasions around the world have become associated with fireworks displays, each culture mapping the technology onto their own calendar of significant moments. Chinese New Year remains perhaps the most extensive use of fireworks anywhere, with celebrations that can last for days and consume staggering quantities of pyrotechnics. American Independence Day has become synonymous with fireworks in the United States. Diwali in India features spectacular fire displays. Guy Fawkes Night in Britain, Bastille Day in France, and countless local festivals worldwide all mark themselves with artificial lights in the sky. The personal experience of watching fireworks varies, but certain elements seem universal. There's the anticipation as you wait in darkness, knowing something is about to happen. The first burst always draws exclamations. Even when you know it's coming, the sudden transition from darkness to brilliant light captures attention completely. As displays progress, you find yourself looking for patterns, comparing different effects, and perhaps developing favourites. The grand finale, with its overwhelming density of effects and sound, creates a kind of sensory saturation that borders on overwhelming. And then comes the silence after, with smoke drifting across your vision and the smell of powder hanging in the air. Children experiencing fireworks for the first time go through a fascinating progression. Initial fear of the loud noises often gives way to excitement once they realise the sounds won't hurt them. The visual spectacle captivates even very young children, who often try to reach up toward the lights as if they could somehow grab them from the sky. The association between fireworks and special occasions gets established early, creating memories that many people carry throughout their lives. Particular displays watched with family, that one time the weather was perfect and the year when everything seemed especially magical. For adults, fireworks often carry nostalgic weight, connecting present moments to past celebrations. Watching displays might trigger memories of childhood festivals or of significant personal moments that happen to coincide with fireworks, proposals, celebrations of achievements, and farewell gatherings. The recurring nature of fireworks on specific occasions creates markers in personal chronology, allowing people to measure the passage of time through remembered displays. The craft of creating fireworks continues to evolve. Professional pyrotechnicians today combine traditional expertise with modern technology, using computer software to choreograph displays, electronic firing systems for precise timing, and new chemical formulations for novel effects. Yet they still draw on knowledge accumulated over centuries, still must understand how weather conditions affect performance, and still need the judgment that comes only from experience. It remains a craft where human expertise matters enormously, even as technology provides new tools. Amateur and hobbyist fireworks communities exist in many countries, though they are subject to varying legal restrictions and safety regulations. These enthusiasts carry on traditions of experimentation and innovation, discovering new effects and techniques, and sharing knowledge through online forums and in-person gatherings. The democratization of information through the internet has made pyrotechnic knowledge more accessible than ever before, though this comes with concerns about safety and proper training. The question of what fireworks mean continues to evolve. For some, they remain primarily celebratory, pure expressions of joy without deeper significance beyond marking happy occasions. Others see in them metaphors for life itself, brilliant, brief, and beautiful, precisely because they cannot be held or preserved, only experienced in the moment. Still others appreciate them as technical achievements, marvelling at the engineering and chemistry required to produce specific effects. The future of fireworks likely involves continued innovation in several directions. Environmentally friendlier formulations that reduce pollution and noise are already being developed and deployed. Drone light shows offer alternatives that create spectacular aerial displays without combustion or debris. Augmented reality might eventually allow people to experience virtual fireworks customized to their preferences. Yet traditional pyrotechnics will likely endure because they offer something that technological alternatives cannot quite replicate. The real physical presence of fire and light, the authentic boom that you feel in your chest, and the shared experience of witnessing something that is genuinely happening in the moment, rather than being mediated through screens. The alchemists who first mixed sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal would probably be bemused to know their failed experiments at creating immortality elixirs instead created something that has brought joy to billions of people across countless generations. They were looking for a way to extend life indefinitely, but they inadvertently discovered something else. A way to mark life's important moments, to create shared experiences of wonder, and to add beauty and excitement to human celebration. In that sense, perhaps they succeeded after all, just not in the way they intended. They didn't create immortality for individuals, but they created something that has persisted across centuries and will likely continue for many more, a tradition that connects ancient Chinese workshops to modern celebrations worldwide, that links those first primitive bamboo crackers to the most sophisticated contemporary displays, and that transforms simple chemical reactions into experiences of beauty and joy. As we bring this journey to a close, imagine yourself standing under a night sky similar to the one that ancient alchemists saw from their workshops, back when they first noticed that certain mixtures of powder would burn with unexpected brilliance. The same stars look down, arranged in patterns that humans have been reading for thousands of years, finding meanings and stories in their arrangements. The darkness that surrounds you is comfortable now, not threatening or empty, but full of potential. The same potential that those early experimenters sensed when they worked through quiet hours, grinding powders and mixing substances, not knowing they were creating something that would outlast empires and span continents. You can almost smell that distinctive scent of black powder smoke, sharp and acrid but associated with joy and celebration. You can imagine the sound of the first bamboo cracker splitting from internal pressure, the surprised laughter that must have followed, and the realization that here was something new, a way to make darkness suddenly bright, to mark important moments with light and sound, and to share wonder with everyone within sight and earshot. The journey from medicinal research to global celebration is a reminder that human creativity often works in unexpected ways. We set out to achieve one goal and discovered something entirely different. We tried to solve one problem and create solutions to problems we hadn't even recognized. Those alchemists failed at their original purpose, but succeeded in creating something arguably more valuable. Not immortality for individuals, but a tradition that has brought joy across generations, a shared human language of light that requires no translation. As your breathing slows and your body settles into complete relaxation, let yourself feel connected to that long chain of human experience. From those first experimenters in Tang Dynasty workshops to modern pyrotechnicians preparing tomorrow's displays, from ancient festival goers gathering in Chinese courtyards to contemporary audiences watching synchronized displays set to music in cities around the world. You are part of this story every time you've watched fireworks burst across the sky, every time you've felt that visceral thrill of sudden light blooming in darkness, and every time you've shared that collective intake of breath when something particularly spectacular unfolds overhead. The tradition that began with alchemists seeking immortality continues through your experiences, your memories, and your participation in celebrations marked by fire and light. The beauty of fireworks, like the beauty of this story, lies partly in its impermanence. Each burst exists for only a moment, brilliant and then gone, leaving only smoke and memory. But those moments accumulate, building a tradition that has endured for over 1,000 years and will likely continue as long as humans gather to celebrate, to mark important transitions, and to create beauty together in the darkness. The ancient Chinese alchemists couldn't have predicted any of this. They were just trying to extend life, mixing substances according to theories that combined philosophy, medicine, and early chemistry. They would probably be surprised to learn that their experiments live on not in extended lifespans, but in the joyful explosions of colour that mark celebrations worldwide. Yet there's a certain poetry in this outcome. Their quest for permanence created something that is beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. As you drift towards sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of this story and your own quiet breathing, let the images of ancient workshops and modern festivals blend and soften. The specific details don't matter so much now. What matters is the connection, the continuity, the way human creativity and curiosity have threaded through centuries, transforming accidents into traditions, turning failed experiments into sources of joy. The night sky above you holds all the same potential it held for those ancient observers. The darkness is simply waiting for light, for colour, for the sudden brilliant bloom of fireflowers that fade even as they're being born. And somewhere, right now, someone is preparing tomorrow's display, measuring powder, packing tubes, and timing fuses, continuing work that began in quiet workshops more than a millennium ago, when alchemists first noticed that certain combinations of earth and mineral could transform into something extraordinary. Sleep now with the knowledge that human curiosity and creativity continue their patient work, that beautiful accidents still happen, that the search for one thing often leads to discovering something else entirely, and that sometimes our failures turn out to be gifts we never expected to give. The story of fireworks is the story of transformation, of materials transformed by fire, of accidental discoveries transformed into intentional art, of individual experiences transformed into shared traditions. It's a story that continues every time someone looks up at a night sky and sees it suddenly painted with impossible colours, every time a crowd gasps together at spectacular beauty, and every time a celebration is marked with light blooming in darkness, rest easy in this knowledge, and let the gentle images of distant workshops and festival nights fade into the comfortable darkness behind your closed eyes. The alchemists are still at work somewhere in your imagination, grinding their powders by lamplight, not knowing what they're about to discover, and that's perfectly fine. Discovery doesn't require knowing the destination. It only requires curiosity, patience, and the willingness to notice when something unexpected happens. The ancient stars continue their slow wheel overhead. The night holds its secrets and its possibilities. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, you understand that some of humanity's greatest gifts came from people looking for something else entirely, and that this too is beautiful. This stumbling into wonder, this accidental creation of joy. Sleep well under the same sky that has watched over Chinese workshops and Roman festivals, over Tang dynasty celebrations and modern displays, over every human who ever looked up at darkness and imagined it bright with flowers of fire. The tradition continues, the craft endures, and the simple chemistry of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal still transforms into moments of beauty that connect us across centuries. Let these thoughts dissolve now into the peaceful darkness of sleep, carrying with them the warm glow of distant lamps in ancient workshops, the brilliant flash of festival fireworks, and the quiet satisfaction of understanding how accidents and experiments and patient craftsmanship can combine to create traditions that outlast empires and cross every border. The story is complete, the night is quiet, and sleep is calling. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own possibilities for discovery, its own chances to transform ordinary materials into extraordinary experiences, and its own opportunities to create beauty that, like the best fireworks, exists brilliantly for a moment before fading into memory. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading spot, perhaps with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to travel back to a time when sleep was as different from yours as a handwritten letter is from a text message. You might think sleep has always been the same, 8 hours, a pillow, maybe some tossing and turning, but you'd be wrong. Before Johannes Gutenberg changed everything around 1440, sleep moved to entirely different rhythms. Imagine living in a world where darkness truly meant silence, where the only light after sunset came from flickering candles that cost more than most people earned in a day, or smoky oil lamps that made your eyes water just thinking about them. In this world, your great-great-great and many more greats' grandmother didn't fight the darkness. She surrendered to it like a worn-out traveller finally reaching home. When the sun dipped below the horizon, most people began their journey into what historians now call segmented sleep, though back then nobody needed a fancy name for it. It was simply how humans slept, like the way birds fly or fish swim. Here's where it gets intriguing. People didn't sleep for 8 straight hours. Instead, they slept in 2 distinct chunks, like a delicious sandwich with a wide filling of wakefulness in between. The first sleep began shortly after sunset, lasting roughly 4 hours. Then, sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning, people would naturally wake up. However, the remarkable aspect is that they did not panic about being awake during the middle of the night. They did not deceive themselves by calculating the number of hours of sleep they were sacrificing, or by fretting over potential grogginess at work the following day. Instead, they embraced this midnight awakening as naturally as you embrace your morning coffee routine. During these quiet hours between sleeps, people would do the most wonderfully human things. They'd tend to the fire, ensuring their family stayed warm through the cold night. They'd monitor on children, offering comfort to little ones startled by dreams. Couples would talk softly in the darkness, sharing thoughts and feelings that somehow seemed easier to express when the world felt smaller and more intimate. Some people used this time for prayer or meditation, finding a special connection to the divine in those hushed hours when the boundary between day and night felt thin as gossip. Others would craft simple items by firelight, mending clothes, carving wooden spoons, or braiding rope. The wealthy might even visit neighbours, because apparently social calls at 1 in the morning were perfectly acceptable back then. Such behaviour wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. Medical texts from the era mention first sleep and second sleep, as casually as we might mention breakfast and lunch. People structured their nights around this natural pattern, planning activities for their wakeful hours just as carefully as they planned their daytime tasks. The darkness that surrounded these midnight activities was profound in ways we can barely imagine today. Step outside your house at night now, and you'll likely see streetlights, house lights, the glow from windows, and maybe the distant shine of a shopping centre. Even in relatively rural areas, light pollution reaches far beyond cities, creating what astronomers call sky glow. But in pre-printing press Europe, nighttime darkness was absolute. The Milky Way blazed overhead like a river of diamonds, and people knew the constellations not as romantic notions, but as practical tools for navigation and timekeeping. The moon's phases mattered deeply because they determined how much natural light you'd have for nighttime activities. This darkness shaped not just when people slept, but how they thought about rest itself. Sleep wasn't something to be optimized or tracked with devices. It was a natural surrender to the rhythm of light and shadow, a time when the boundaries between consciousness and dreams became delightfully blurred, and when the night held mysteries that daylight couldn't touch. Little did anyone know that a goldsmith's son in Mainz was about to change all of our lives forever. Johannes Gutenberg probably never intended to revolutionize sleep. He was simply trying to solve a problem that had plagued humanity since the first person wanted to share a story with someone who wasn't there to hear it. Before his invention, books were as rare as unicorns and almost as expensive. Each one had to be copied by hand, letter by painstaking letter, by scribes who specialized in beautiful handwriting and presumably had powerful wrists. Imagine desiring to possess a single volume, be it a compilation of prayers or perhaps a manual on herb gardening. You'd need to save money for months, maybe even years. A single book could cost as much as a farm. Most people owned exactly 0 books, not because they couldn't read, though many couldn't, but because books simply weren't available to ordinary folks. The scribes who copied these manuscripts worked in scriptoriums, which sounds much more glamorous than it actually was. Picture a large, cold room filled with monks hunched over wooden desks, carefully forming each letter with quill pens that needed constant attention. Sneezing at the wrong moment could ruin hours of work. One small mistake meant starting an entire page over again. These hand-copied books were gorgeous works of art, decorated with elaborate illustrations and ornate initial letters that looked like tiny masterpieces. But they were also riddled with errors. Errors often creep in when humans copy text by hand, much like weeds in a garden. A scribe might accidentally skip a line, misspell a word, or correct something they thought was wrong. Several copies of a text might only bear a passing resemblance to the original. Gutenberg, with his goldsmith's precision, an apparent gift for seeing solutions where others saw only problems, developed movable type printing. Instead of carving entire pages into wooden blocks, which had been tried before, he created individual metal letters that could be arranged and rearranged to form different words and pages. It was akin to possessing a highly advanced collection of alphabet blocks, yet these blocks had the potential to fundamentally alter the world. His printing press could produce books faster than a scribe could even read them. Where it might take a monk 6 months to copy a single book, Gutenberg's press could print hundreds of copies in the same time. Suddenly books weren't precious unicorns, they were becoming more like friendly neighbourhood cats, still special, but no longer impossibly rare. The first book Gutenberg chose to print was the Bible, which made perfect sense since most literacy at the time was connected to religious practice. But here's where our sleep story really begins to unfold. As printing presses spread across Europe faster than news of a royal scandal, they didn't just make books more available, they made reading itself a different activity. Before printing, most reading was done aloud, in groups. Families might gather to hear someone read from one of their precious few books. Reading was a social activity, like sharing a meal or telling stories around a fire. People read during daylight hours when they could see clearly, and reading sessions were often planned events that brought communities together. But printed books changed this dynamic entirely. Suddenly, you could own multiple books, and reading became something you could do alone, quietly, whenever you wanted. You didn't need to coordinate with others or wait for someone else to finish with the family's single volume. You could read in bed, by candlelight, in the privacy of your thoughts. This shift from communal to private reading happened gradually, like the way seasons change. You don't notice it day by day, but suddenly you realise everything is different. People began staying up later, reading by whatever light they could afford. Candle makers probably started having much better business years without fully understanding why. The content of books began to change too. Along with religious texts, printers started producing what we might recognise as the world's first entertainment reading. Stories, poetry, accounts of adventures in distant lands, and even early versions of self-help books. For the first time in human history, you could disappear into a fictional world whenever you wanted, transported by nothing more than words on a page and your own imagination. This was revolutionary in ways that go far beyond just having more books to read. For thousands of years, humans had lived primarily in the physical world, immediately around them. Your entertainment came from the people you knew, the stories they told, and the songs they sang. But books opened up infinite worlds, all accessible from the comfort of your home or even your bed. The printing press had inadvertently created the world's first truly portable entertainment system. As printed books spread through European towns like honey through warm bread, something curious began happening to the night. You have to remember, this transformation didn't occur overnight. It unfolded across generations, the way a river slowly carves a new channel through rock. But the change, once it began, was as irreversible as morning following darkness. The most immediate shift was practical. People who could now afford books, and by 1500 a printed book cost roughly what you might spend on a luxurious dinner today, suddenly had a reason to extend their waking hours. The new book owners found themselves negotiating with the night, while previous generations surrendered to darkness as naturally as flowers close at sunset. Reading by candlelight evolved into a unique art form. You learned to position yourself just so to avoid casting shadows on the page, while preventing wax from dripping onto your precious book. Candle making evolved too, with craftsmen developing longer-burning, cleaner-burning candles specifically for readers. The wealthy began investing in multiple candles, oil lamps with better wicks, and even early versions of reading glasses to make the most of their dim light. But here's where it gets fascinating from a sleep perspective. People weren't just staying up later, they were changing what nighttime meant. Previously, the hours between sunset and sleep had been family time, community time, or practical time for essential tasks. Now, nighttime became personal time, private time, and thinking time. Picture yourself as a merchant in 1520 Antwerp, finally able to afford a small collection of printed books. After a day of buying and selling, negotiating with customers, and managing your shop, you discover that reading offers something unprecedented: escape. Not only does reading provide a physical escape to distant lands described in travel narratives, but it also provides a mental escape from the immediate concerns of daily life. This mental escape had profound effects on sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were going to bed with their minds racing, not from the day's physical labours or immediate social concerns, but from the ideas, stories and emotions they had absorbed from books. Their dreams began incorporating elements from fictional worlds, characters they'd never met, and places they'd never seen. The old pattern of segmented sleep began to shift, although it did not immediately disappear. People still often woke in the middle of the night, but instead of using that time for practical tasks or quiet conversation, they increasingly turned to reading. Those midnight hours became precious reading time, when the house was quiet and distractions minimal. This created the first real tension between artificial light and natural sleep patterns. Candlelight, while dim by our standards, was bright enough to suppress the body's natural production of sleep-inducing hormones. People began experiencing what we now recognise as the early stages of artificial light's impact on circadian rhythms, even though they lacked a scientific framework to understand the changes occurring. Religious authorities noticed the change and weren't entirely pleased. Church leaders began warning against excessive nighttime reading, particularly of secular books. Worried, they realised that people were literally losing sleep over fictional stories and worldly concerns, time they could have better spent in prayer or rest. Some sermons from this period specifically mention the dangers of night reading and its effects on both spiritual and physical health. Medical practitioners of the time began documenting new types of sleep complaints. Physicians noted that patients, particularly educated ones, were reporting more difficulty falling asleep, more restless nights, and more vivid, complex dreams. The term scholar's insomnia appeared in medical texts, describing a condition primarily affecting people who read extensively. The printing revolution also democratized knowledge in ways that affected sleep indirectly but significantly. People could now access medical information, including advice about sleep and health, without relying solely on local practitioners or folk wisdom. This led to the first wave of people actively contemplating and trying to optimize their sleep, rather than simply accepting whatever rest came naturally. Books on health, diet, and daily routines became popular, many offering advice about proper sleep habits. Ironically, people were staying up late reading books about how to sleep better. The more information they consumed about sleep, the more conscious they became of their sleep patterns, which often made sleep more elusive. Meanwhile, the book industry itself was creating entirely new nighttime economies. Printers worked long hours to meet growing demand. Bookbinders, paper makers, and type founders extended their working days. Candle makers and lamp oil producers experienced unprecedented demand. An entire ecosystem of night jobs emerged to support the growing appetite for reading. By the late 1500s, complaints about neighbours reading late into the night became common in urban areas. The soft glow of candlelight from windows, previously a sign that someone was sick or dealing with an emergency, increasingly just meant someone was enjoying a good paper makers, becoming less about rest and more about choice. The stage was set for sleep to become something entirely different from what humans had known for millennia. Something magical happened as books became cheaper and more abundant. They began migrating from public spaces into the most private space of all, the bedroom. This wasn't just a matter of convenience, it represented a fundamental shift in how humans related to both sleep and stories. For the first time in history, the last thing many people experienced before sleep wasn't the voice of a family member, the crackle of a dying fire, or the settling sounds of their house, but words on a page that transported them to entirely different worlds. The practice of bedtime reading emerged gradually, like a new tradition nobody planned but everyone seemed to discover independently. Parents who could afford books began reading to their children at bedtime, creating the first generation of humans to associate the transition to sleep with storytelling. These weren't the oral folk tales that had been passed down through generations. These were printed stories, consistent in their telling, often accompanied by illustrations and infinitely repeatable. Children raised on bedtime stories developed different relationships with both sleep and imagination. Instead of drifting off to sleep thinking of the day's events or tomorrow's chores, they fell asleep with their minds full of fictional characters, imaginary places, and narrative possibilities. Their dreams began incorporating more complex storylines, and many reported dreams that seemed to continue stories from their bedtime books, or create entirely new adventures featuring beloved characters. Adults too discovered the peculiar pleasure of reading in bed. The combination of physical comfort, dim light, and engaging stories created a uniquely conducive environment for relaxation. But it also created something unprecedented: the cliffhanger bedtime. For the first time, people were deliberately putting themselves into emotional suspense right before sleep, their minds actively wondering what would happen next in their stories. This led to what historians now recognise as the first widespread occurrence of voluntary sleep delay for entertainment purposes. People would tell themselves they'd read just one more chapter, then find themselves still turning pages hours later. The phrase, "I couldn't put it down," entered common usage during this period, though it originally referred specifically to the difficulty of stopping reading at bedtime. The types of books people chose for bedtime reading began to influence the content publishers produced. Adventure stories with chapter-ending cliffhangers proved enormously popular, as did romantic tales that left readers emotionally satisfied but eager for more. Publishers discovered that books specifically marketed for bedtime reading sold exceptionally well, leading to the development of what we might recognise as the first genre fiction specifically designed for nighttime consumption. Religious bedtime reading remained popular, but even devotional books began adapting to bedtime reading habits. Prayer books started including shorter sections suitable for nighttime reading, and collections of brief, comforting religious passages became common. The practice of reading a psalm or brief devotional passage before sleep became so widespread that furniture makers began designing bedside tables specifically to hold books and candles. The wealthy began commissioning special bedroom libraries, small collections of books selected specifically for nighttime reading. These typically included poetry, easy to read in short segments, inspiring or comforting prose, and what publishers began calling gentle adventures, exciting enough to be engaging but not so thrilling as to prevent sleep. Medical opinion on bedtime reading was mixed. Some physicians warned that exciting stories could overstimulate the mind and prevent restful sleep. Others argued that reading helped transition the mind from the day's concerns to a more peaceful state conducive to rest. This debate marked the beginning of what would become centuries of discussion about the relationship between mental stimulation and sleep quality. The practice of reading in bed created new intimacies between couples. Married partners began sharing books, reading aloud to each other, and discussing stories as a regular part of their bedtime routine. Some couples developed elaborate systems for sharing limited reading light, taking turns holding candles or reading aloud while the other rested their eyes. This sharing of stories in the marriage bed represented something entirely new in human relationships. Previously, the most intimate conversations between couples typically focused on practical matters, family concerns, daily events, plans, and problems. But bedtime reading introduced shared fictional experiences, imaginary worlds that couples could explore together, and characters they could discuss and debate. Children growing up in households with bedtime reading began asking for their books earlier than previous generations had shown interest in reading. The association between books and comfort, books and the safety of home, and books and the transition to sleep created powerful positive associations with reading that lasted throughout their lives. By 1600, a significant portion of the literate population had incorporated reading into their bedtime routines. What had begun as a practical way to make use of expensive books had evolved into a new cultural ritual, one that transformed both how people fell asleep and what they dreamed about when they finally closed their eyes. The night was no longer just nature's signal for rest. It had become reading time. By the early 1600s, something unprecedented was happening in bedrooms across literate Europe. People were lying awake contemplating sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were actively analysing their rest, comparing their sleep experiences to advice they'd read in books, and trying to optimise their nighttime hours. The printing press had accidentally created the world's first generation of sleep-conscious individuals. Medical books, once accessible only to physicians, were now available to anyone who could read and afford them. These texts introduced ordinary people to concepts like humoral balance and the idea that diet, exercise, and daily habits could affect sleep quality. People began experimenting with the timing of their meals, the firmness of their mattresses, and even the direction their beds faced, all based on printed advice from medical authorities. This marked a fascinating shift from passive acceptance to active management. Your ancestors had simply slept when they were and woken when they weren't. But the new book-reading population began tracking their sleep patterns, noting which activities helped or hindered their rest, and developing personal theories about optimal sleep conditions. The results were mixed, to put it gently. Many people, armed with partial medical knowledge and conflicting advice from different books, began creating elaborate bedtime routines that probably did more harm than good. Some would spend an hour before bed preparing their sleeping environment according to whatever book they'd most recently read, adjusting ventilation, rearranging furniture, or consuming specific foods supposed to promote restful sleep. Meanwhile, the mere act of reading about sleep often made it more elusive. People would lie in bed analysing whether they felt sufficiently relaxed, whether their breathing matched the patterns described in their health books, and whether their mattress was positioned correctly according to the latest printed advice. The more they thought about sleep, the harder it became. Publishers, recognizing a profitable trend, began producing books specifically about sleep improvement. Titles like The Complete Guide to Restful Slumber and Natural Methods for Perfect Sleep became bestsellers. These books typically promise simple solutions to sleep problems, while simultaneously making readers more anxious about whether they were sleeping correctly. The wealthy began investing in elaborate sleep optimization equipment based on printed recommendations, special mattresses, pillows designed according to particular theories, bedroom furniture arranged to promote better rest, and even clothing designed specifically for sleeping. This period saw the birth of the idea that sleep quality could be purchased and optimized through the right products, an idea we'd recognize today. Religious authorities continued to voice their concerns about the evolving relationship between books and bedtime, but their focus shifted from moral objections to practical health concerns. church leaders began preaching about the importance of proper rest for spiritual life, arguing that people too fatigued from staying up reading were less able to focus during prayer or church services. The emerging scientific revolution of the 1600s brought new complexity to sleep advice. Books began presenting competing theories about what happened during sleep, why dreams occurred, and how rest affected health. People found themselves trying to sleep while mentally debating whether sleep was primarily for physical restoration, mental processing, or spiritual renewal. Coffee, introduced to Europe during this same period, added another layer of complexity to the sleep equation. Popular books about coffee's stimulating effects led to elaborate rules about when coffee consumption could occur without affecting nighttime rest. People began timing their coffee consumption based on printed advice, often creating more anxiety about their sleep than the coffee itself caused. The practice of keeping sleep journals emerged among the educated classes. People began recording their bedtimes, wake times, dream content, and energy levels, comparing their experiences to advice they'd read in books. These personal sleep studies represented humanity's first systematic attempts to understand individual sleep patterns, though the data was often more confusing than illuminating. Physicians began reporting a new category of patient complaints. People who felt their sleep was inadequate not because they were worn out, but because their sleep didn't match descriptions they'd read in books. Healthy individuals with normal sleep patterns sought medical help because they worried their rest wasn't optimized according to the latest printed theories. This period also saw the emergence of sleep-related social anxiety. People began comparing their sleep habits to those described in popular books, worrying that their bedtime routines, mattresses, or sleep positions marked them as unsophisticated or unhealthy. Sleep, which had been a private, largely unconscious activity, became a topic of social discussion and comparison. Everyone recognized the irony. Some writers of the time noted that humanity had survived for millennia with perfectly adequate sleep before anyone thought to write books about it. They observed that the more people read about sleep, the more problems they seemed to develop with sleeping. But there was no going back. The printing press had fundamentally altered humanity's relationship with rest, transforming sleep from a natural surrender to darkness into a complex activity that could be studied, analysed, optimised, and worried about. Sleep had become homework. As the 1600s progressed into the 1700s, something profound was slipping away from human experience, so gradually that no one quite noticed until it was nearly gone. The ancient pattern of segmented sleep, first sleep, wakeful period, second sleep, was dissolving like morning mist, replaced by something entirely different. Books weren't just changing when people slept, they were fundamentally altering how people slept. The transition happened differently in cities than in rural areas, and faster among the wealthy than the poor. But the direction was unmistakable. People were beginning to sleep in single, consolidated blocks, much like you do today. This transition might seem like a minor technical change, but it represented one of the most significant shifts in human behaviour since the development of agriculture. Urban areas led this transformation. Cities meant more artificial light, more scheduled activities, and more access to books and printed entertainment. City dwellers found their old midnight wake periods increasingly inconvenient. If you had to be at work by a specific time and needed to maintain your energy throughout the day, the segmented sleep pattern began to feel inefficient rather than natural. Books played a crucial role in this shift. The growing practice of bedtime reading meant people were staying awake later into the evening, pushing their first sleep period later and later. Eventually, many people were going to bed so late that their natural wake period occurred uncomfortably close to dawn. Rather than wake for an hour or two in the middle of the night, they began sleeping straight through until morning. This change didn't happen without consequences. People raised on segmented sleep patterns often struggled with the new consolidated approach. They'd lie awake during what had traditionally been their midnight active period, not understanding why sleep eluded them. Physicians began documenting what they called midnight melancholy, periods of wakeful anxiety that occurred when people fought against their natural tendency to wake during the night. The loss of segmented sleep meant the disappearance of those precious midnight hours that had traditionally been used for quiet conversation, prayer, meditation, and gentle activities. Couples lost that intimate time of soft conversation in the darkness. Families stopped sharing those peaceful moments of tending the fire and checking on children together. Instead, All the evening's activities, conversation, reading, planning and reflection, became compressed into the hours between dinner and bedtime. This intensification of evening activities created a faster pace of life that many found overwhelming. The gentle rhythm of segmented sleep had provided natural breaks in the day's emotional and mental processing. Books began reflecting and reinforcing this new sleep pattern. Authors started writing longer chapters, assuming readers would want substantial content for their extended evening reading sessions. The concept of the page-turner, a book so engaging you'd read late into the night, became a marketing advantage. Publishers discovered that books that kept people reading past their traditional first bedtime were most likely to become popular. The wealthy began designing their homes around consolidated sleep patterns. Bedrooms became more elaborate and comfortable, designed for longer periods of occupancy. The concept of the bedroom as a retreat, a personal sanctuary designed specifically for rest and relaxation, emerged during this period. Previously, bedrooms had been more utilitarian, places to sleep certainly, but not necessarily places to linger or relax. Reading nooks within bedrooms became fashionable among those who could afford them. These were specifically designed spaces for pre-sleep reading, with comfortable chairs, good lighting, and convenient book storage. The bedroom was transforming from a place you went only to sleep into a place where you might spend several hours each evening reading, relaxing, and gradually transitioning towards sleep. This architectural shift reflected a deeper change in how people thought about rest and privacy. The bedroom was becoming the first truly private space in most people's homes, a place where you could retreat from social obligations and family responsibilities to engage with books and your thoughts. Children growing up during this transition experienced something unprecedented. They were the first generation to sleep through the night as a normal expected pattern. Their parents and grandparents had grown up expecting to wake during the night, but these children learned to sleep for 8 or 9 continuous hours. This created different relationships with both sleep and darkness, and different capacities for sustained attention and energy throughout long days. The old folk wisdom about sleep began to seem obsolete. Sayings like, "The hour before midnight is worth 2 after," made less sense to people who were going to bed at midnight or later. Traditional advice about using wakeful periods for prayer or meditation seemed irrelevant to people who no longer experienced regular midnight wake periods. By 1750, consolidated sleep had become the new normal for most of the literate population. The segmented sleep pattern that had characterized human rest for millennia survived mainly in rural areas where artificial light was still rare and daily schedules remained tied to natural daylight cycles. Medical authorities of the time noted the change but generally approved of it. Consolidated sleep seemed more efficient, better suited to the increasingly complex demands of modern life. Few realized that humanity was abandoning a rest pattern that had evolved over thousands of years, replacing it with something entirely unprecedented in human experience. The printing press had accidentally engineered the most significant change in human sleep patterns since we learned to control fire. Here you are, centuries later, settling into your comfortable bed with perhaps a book on your nightstand, completely unaware that your entire relationship with sleep was shaped by a goldsmith's invention from the 1400s. The consolidated sleep pattern you consider natural, 8 hours of continuous rest, would have seemed as strange to your medieval ancestors as their segmented sleep routine seems to you today. The transformation the printing press began continues to ripple through your nights, in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time you reach for your phone to read just one more article before sleep, you're participating in a tradition that began when the first person lit a candle to read just one more chapter. The eternal struggle between "I should go to sleep" and "I'll just read a little longer" started with those early book owners and has never really ended. Your bedroom itself is a testament to this transformation. The idea that you need a comfortable, private space specifically designed for rest and relaxation, complete with good lighting for reading, comfortable seating, and easy access to books or digital devices, would have been incomprehensible to people who simply slept wherever they could identify a safe, warm spot. The printing press didn't just change what people read, it changed how they think. The ability to access multiple perspectives, compare different ideas, and engage with complex narratives trained human minds to be more active, more analytical, and more imaginative. These more active minds naturally took longer to settle into sleep, requiring longer transition periods, and more comfortable environments. Modern sleep science has rediscovered some wisdom from the pre-printing era. Sleep researchers now understand that the consolidated 8-hour sleep pattern, while workable, isn't necessarily optimal for everyone. Some people naturally function better with segmented sleep or alternative patterns, but our modern world of scheduled work and artificial lighting makes these patterns difficult to maintain. The books that line your shelves, the reading light beside your bed, and the comfortable chair where you might read before sleep. All of these represent victories in humanity's ongoing negotiation with darkness. Each generation since Gutenberg has pushed bedtime a little later, made nights a little brighter, and filled the hours before sleep with more mental stimulation. Your dreams themselves carry the legacy of this transformation. The complex, narrative-rich dreams that many people experience today reflect minds trained on centuries of storytelling tradition. Your sleeping brain processes not just the day's immediate experiences, but also the characters, plots, and ideas you've absorbed from books, creating dreams that would have been impossible for pre-literate humans to imagine. The sleep problems that plague modern life, difficulty falling asleep, racing thoughts at bedtime, the temptation to read or check devices instead of sleeping, all have their roots in that moment when humans first chose artificial light and mental stimulation over natural darkness and rest. We traded the simple surrender to sleep for the complex pleasure of extended consciousness, and we're still learning to manage the consequences, but perhaps this trade-off was worth it. The same printing press revolution that complicated sleep also democratized knowledge, spread literacy, enabled the scientific revolution, and created the foundation for every book you've ever loved. Those late nights reading by candlelight gave birth to the modern world, with all its complexities and possibilities. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you're participating in a ritual that would be recognizable to readers from centuries past. The details have changed. Electric lights instead of candles, printed books or digital screens instead of hand-copied manuscripts, but the basic pattern remains. You're using artificial light to extend consciousness beyond its natural limits, filling your mind with stories and ideas that will accompany you to sleep and perhaps to dreams. The printing press taught humanity that night doesn't have to mean the end of thought, that darkness can be filled with light and stories, and that sleep can be a transition to worlds even more fantastic than the ones we read about. Changing how we sleep changed us as a species, more thoughtful, imaginative, and connected to ideas and stories than before. So tonight, as you finally turn off the light and settle into sleep, you're carrying forward a tradition that began when the first person decided that sunset didn't have to mean the end of reading time. Sweet dreams. They're brought to you by Johannes Gutenberg and everyone who ever stayed up late reading just one. Imagine yourself on a cool evening in 400 BCE, strolling through the winding, narrow streets of ancient Athens. The sky is painted in rose and gold hues that would make any Instagram filter envious, as the sun has just slipped behind the hills. You're going to learn that Greek homes were much more advanced than you may think. They weren't simple huts where people huddled like Antarctic penguins to stay warm. Although their method differed greatly from our contemporary solutions, Greek homes were built with sleep comfort as their top priority. Greek architects used a healthy dose of centuries' worth of practical knowledge to create homes that were essentially climate-controlled systems made of stone, wood, and clay tiles rather than fighting the climate. Built around a central courtyard known as an atrium, the typical Greek home functioned as a clever climate control system and the centre of family life. Imagine a tiny outdoor space that is encircled by living areas and covered walkways, forming a microclimate that retains warmth in the winter and stays cooler in the summer. This was environmental engineering masquerading as architecture, not merely a matter of taste. These houses had thick walls made of sun-dried mud bricks, which were remarkably insulating. Consider them to be ancient thermal mass that releases heat gradually during the cool nights and absorbs it slowly during the warm days. These walls, which in some locations could be as thick as 2 feet, served as a barrier between the sleeping quarters inside and the occasionally severe Mediterranean weather outside. The importance of orientation for comfort is something that many contemporary architects have forgotten, but Greek builders understood. In order to benefit from winter sun and offer protection from summer heat, houses were thoughtfully placed. In order to avoid the harsh afternoon sun that could turn a bedroom into an oven, the main sleeping areas were usually positioned on the side of the house that would receive the morning light. There were windows, but they weren't for picturesque views. They were strategically placed and small. These were thoughtfully designed apertures that permitted ventilation while reducing heat loss, rather than the expansive picture windows we are accustomed to. Wooden shutters, oiled cloth, or even thin sheets of translucent stone that let in light but keep out drafts could be used to cover these windows on chilly evenings. The floors in sleeping quarters were frequently composed of packed earth and smooth plaster, which may seem archaic until you consider that earth floors offer superior thermal mass and maintain a constant temperature. Thick rugs and animal hides could be used to cover these floors in the winter, providing surprisingly good insulation against the chilly floor. Another astute consideration was room height. Greek bedrooms naturally encouraged relaxation because of their comparatively low ceilings, which meant less air volume to heat and a cozier, more intimate atmosphere. When your heating system is primarily based on body heat and oil lamps, high ceilings may look impressive, but they do a terrible job of keeping you warm. The art of the alcove, which are tiny enclosed sleeping areas that resemble bedrooms inside bedrooms, was also perfected by the Greeks. These alcoves were frequently incorporated into the thickest section of the house's walls, resulting in 3 sides of natural insulation. Sleeping in an alcove was similar to sleeping in a comfortable cave that was created by someone who genuinely cared about your well-being. Many homes had what we might refer to as a winter room and a summer room, which allowed families to move around the house according to the time of year. The summer room would be bigger, better ventilated, and made to remain cool even on the hottest days, while the winter room would be smaller, better protected, and oriented to receive the most sunlight. For the warmest summer nights, Greek homes also had covered outdoor sleeping spaces. These areas offered shelter from dew and the sporadic summer rains, along with the cooling benefits of nighttime breezes. It was similar to having a permanent camping setup without having to fumble with tent poles at night. Sleep was also taken into consideration when designing Greek homes' entrances. The quiet sleeping quarters farther inside the house were separated from the dusty, noisy street by a sequence of rooms and courtyards. This meant that local dogs, early morning traders and late-night partygoers were far less likely to disrupt your restful sleep. Most significantly, Greek home design understood that psychological comfort was just as important for restful sleep as physical comfort. The design fostered a feeling of seclusion and safety that promoted mental and physical relaxation. Usually located away from public spaces and intended to feel like havens, sleeping quarters were the most secure section of the house. Let's move on to discussing what the Greeks actually slept on after discussing the architectural shell that shielded them. Greek bedding was surprisingly sophisticated, combining natural materials in ways that contemporary sleep scientists would likely approve of. This contrasts with the idea of ancient people tossing and turning on rough straw pallets. The Klein, a bed frame that served as both furniture and art, was the cornerstone of Greek sleeping comfort. These were well-made pieces that frequently had curved headrests, ornamental legs, and built-in storage spaces rather than the straightforward rectangular platforms we might have expected. A well-made Klein was made to last for many generations and was frequently handed down from parents to children as a family heirloom. Greek bed frames were usually higher off the ground than contemporary beds and constructed of wood, usually olive, oak, or imported cedar for the wealthy. In addition to offering storage space underneath and shielding sleepers from drafts hugging the floor, this elevation also produced a psychologically significant and cozy feeling. In a literal sense, climbing into bed meant ascending to a place of safety and rest. The actual sleeping surface was made up of a foundation made of leather straps or woven rope, which was more flexible than a contemporary box spring. After that, this foundation was covered with several layers of carefully selected materials, each of which had a distinct function in the pursuit of comfort at night. Usually the first layer consisted of a thick mattress made of wool filled with materials that were chosen according to local availability and family wealth. The mattresses of wealthy Greeks may be filled with imported silk fibres, goose feathers, or even soft sheep's wool. Wool was mixed with dried seaweed or clean straw in middle-class households. Reeds, dried grasses, or the wool from the family's own sheep could be used to make cosy sleeping surfaces in even the smallest of homes. It was surprising how well these old mattresses controlled the temperature. In addition to wicking moisture away from the body, wool in particular has the amazing ability to keep you cool in the summer and warm in the winter. These characteristics were intuitively understood by Greek bedmakers, who used them to design sleeping surfaces that adjusted to the body temperature of the sleeper, as well as the room temperature. Depending on the season and individual preference, layers of woolen blankets and linen sheets were placed over the mattress. The quality of Greek textiles was well known throughout antiquity, and sleeping linens were valued enough to demand hefty expenditures. Often included in a bride's dowry, a set of luxurious bed linens was meant to be used for many years. The ability to design layered bedding systems that could be modified for various conditions was a specialty of the Greeks. A sleeper may only use a thin woolen cover and a light linen sheet on warm summer nights. Additional layers could be added as the temperature dropped, such as quilted covers filled with wool or down, fur throws, or heavier woolen blankets. Pillows were smaller, firmer supports intended to maintain the head and neck in the proper alignment while sleeping, rather than the fluffy, oversized cushions we're accustomed to today. These were thought to be necessary for a comfortable night's sleep, and were frequently filled with soft materials like wool, feathers, or dried herbs. In order to combine comfort and aromatherapy, some Greek pillows were even filled with lavender or rose petals. Rich people may own several sets of bedding for various times of year and events. More blankets that could turn a bed into a comfortable cocoon, thicker mattresses and heavier wools were all features of winter bedding. Breathability and cooling were the main features of summer bedding, which featured lighter materials and fewer layers that were simple to modify on hot nights. Additionally, Greek bedding included useful elements that are frequently absent from contemporary bedding. In order to keep them from falling off while you were sleeping, many blankets featured loops or ties that allowed them to be fastened to the bed frame. Foot warmers, which are special pockets or compartments where heated stones or metal objects can be placed to warm cold feet, were built into some sleeping systems. Greek bedding was influenced by colour and design for psychological as well as aesthetic reasons. Lovely bedding contributed to the setting that encouraged rest and restful sleep. In order to provide a feeling of comfort and individuality, wealthy Greeks may have had their bedding embroidered with geometric designs, mythological scenes, or family symbols. The Greeks were also aware of the significance of maintaining bedding for both health and comfort. To keep freshness and keep insects away, sleeping areas were fumigated with herbs, blankets were cleaned and recarded, and mattresses were frequently aired and refilled. Clean, well-maintained bedding just slept better and lasted longer, so this attention to cleanliness was about more than just hygiene. Another Greek invention that enhanced comfort while safeguarding priceless textiles was the seasonal storage of bedding. In order to prevent insect damage, heavy winter bedding was meticulously cleaned and stored during the summer, frequently with fragrant herbs. This meant that families could bring out clean, fresh bedding that was ready to provide the most warmth and comfort when the cold weather returned. Because bedding could be made at home and purchased locally, even small Greek homes frequently had surprisingly cosy sleeping arrangements. A family could make cosy beds with locally sourced wool, homegrown herbs, and textiles woven on domestic looms, even if they could not afford imported silk or fine furs. Without electric blankets or central heating, you may be wondering how the Greeks stayed warm during those frigid Mediterranean winters. The solution combines clever heating techniques, architectural gimmicks, and a thorough comprehension of the flow of heat through structures, knowledge that would be very helpful to many contemporary homeowners. The brazier, a transportable metal container made to safely store burning wood or charcoal indoors, served as the main heating source in the majority of Greek homes. These were carefully designed heating devices that provided warmth while lowering the risk of fires or carbon monoxide poisoning, not rudimentary fire pots that filled rooms with smoke. Consider them the ancestors of space heaters, but with centuries of refinement. From tiny personal warmers that could warm a single sleeping alcove to massive family models that could warm an entire room, Greek braziers came in a variety of shapes and sizes. The best braziers were constructed of iron or bronze and had perforations on the sides that safely contained the burning fuel while allowing heat to radiate effectively. Some even featured movable vents that let users regulate the airflow and heat output. These heating systems' fuel was carefully selected for its safety and heat output. Because it burned hotter, produced less smoke, and was easier to manage, charcoal was favoured over wood. In addition to providing warmth, burning aromatic woods like cedar or sandalwood allowed wealthy families to fill the air with pleasant scents that encouraged rest and sleep. Greek homes frequently had extremely advanced built-in heating systems for their era. Hypocausts, or underfloor heating systems, were found in some homes. These systems heated rooms from below by circulating hot air from a furnace through spaces beneath the floor. Cities in northern Greece, where winters were harsher, were especially fond of this system. The Greeks devised a number of clever heating techniques that concentrated heat where it was most needed, particularly for sleeping quarters. After being warmed by the fire, heated stones or metal objects were put in bed warmers, which are specialised containers designed to safely hold hot objects without scorching the bedding. For added aromatherapy benefits, these antiquated hot water bottles were frequently scented with herbs and could keep a bed warm for hours. The art of heating clothing for sleeping was also perfected by the Greeks. Sleeping clothes were made to regulate body temperature in addition to being modest. Sleeping tunics and wool nightgowns created a personal microclimate that remained comfortable all night long by retaining body heat while letting moisture out. To help stop heat loss from the head, some sleeping garments even had hoods or caps. By placing braziers strategically and using bed curtains or canopies to create smaller, easier-to-heat spaces surrounding the sleeping area, room heating was frequently concentrated in sleeping areas. Even if the rest of the room was fairly cool, thick curtains around a bed could retain warm air and provide a comfortable sleeping environment. Thermal mass, or the capacity of dense materials to store and release heat gradually, was another advantage of Greek heating systems. When braziers or sunlight warmed stone or clay walls during the day, the heat would continue to radiate through the night, providing a steady, gentle warmth that didn't require constant fuel feeding. Community heating was typical for low-income families. During the coldest months, extended families may sleep together, using body heat and little fuel heating to stay warm. It was more than just economics. Group sleeping actually resulted in more comfortable and controlled temperatures than individual heating systems. The Greeks created advanced fuel management systems that reduced expenses and effort while optimizing heat. In order to guarantee a supply of clean-burning fuel for winter heating, charcoal was frequently prepared ahead of time during warm weather. Wood that burns well and emits little smoke indoors was carefully chosen and seasoned. Heat recovery systems were installed in some Greek homes to recover and repurpose lost warm air. Cooking fires, which were in any case required for food preparation, were placed and vented so that their heat could warm sleeping quarters before being expelled outdoors. Every piece of fuel burned had its heating value maximised by this dual-purpose strategy. The intricate task of keeping the entire house at a comfortable temperature was handled by dedicated heating servants for the wealthy. These experts knew how to arrange braziers for optimal effectiveness, bank fires for consistent overnight heating, and coordinate various heating sources to ensure cosy sleeping conditions. When it came to old heating systems, safety was always the top priority. Greek homes frequently had sleeping quarters with stone or tile floors surrounding heating appliances to prevent fires. Heating devices were carefully placed away from bedding and easily flammable textiles, and water containers were kept close by for emergency fire suppression. The significance of air quality in heated sleeping areas was also recognized by the Greeks. Ventilation systems prevented hazardous gas accumulation from burning fuel while allowing fresh air to enter heated rooms. Some homes had advanced chimney systems that kept heat inside while safely drawing combustion gases and smoke outside. Greek families were able to control fuel expenses and maintain year-round comfort through the use of seasonal heating techniques. Heating may only be used to warm bed linens before bed in mild weather. Several heating systems would be used to provide layers of warmth throughout the house during cold snaps. Because of this adaptable strategy, heating could be changed to accommodate family budgets and weather conditions. Imagine living in a world where sleep was a sacred journey into the world of the gods rather than merely a biological necessity as you get ready for your own journey into sleep tonight. The ancient Greeks understood that the transition from waking to sleeping required both physical and spiritual preparation, so they approached bedtime with the same respect and ritual that we might save for significant life events. Greek bedtime customs predate the act of actually getting into bed. Because the evening was viewed as a period of transition during which the lines separating the divine and mortal realms grew increasingly blurred, preparation was crucial for both spiritual protection and sound sleep. These were well-planned routines that encouraged both physical comfort and mental tranquility, rather than superstitious beliefs. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Greek bedtime preparation was the lighting ritual. The harsh light of the day was gradually replaced by the soft glow of oil lamps filled with olive oil and scented with herbs like chamomile or lavender as night fell. Lighting evening lamps served as more than just a means of illumination. It was a form of meditation that assisted the mind's shift from the active energy of the day to the quiet, receptive state of the night. Greek oil lamps were themselves works of art, frequently embellished with pictures of serene gods, symbols of protection, or serene landscapes. In contrast to the harsh, constant illumination of contemporary electric lights, the light they produced was warm and flickering. In ways that contemporary science has only just begun to comprehend, this soft, erratic light naturally promoted sleepiness and assisted in regulating the body's circadian rhythms. Before going to bed, personal hygiene and spiritual purification were thought to be crucial. Greeks used water that had frequently been scented with flower oils or herbs to wash their faces, hands, and feet. This was about cleaning away the spiritual debris that could build up from day-to-day activities and potentially disrupt restful sleep, not just the dirt of the day. The sleeping mind was a sacred space that needed to be prepared for and protected, because the Greeks thought that dreams were messages from the gods. Many Greeks would offer small sacrifices to the gods of sleep, Hypnos, and dreams, Morpheus, before bed in order to obtain restful sleep and enlightening visions. These sacrifices could be as easy as leaving a small piece of bread on a home shrine, or a few drops of wine on the ground. Greek bedtime rituals included prayer and meditation, but these weren't the sombre, formal prayers we might anticipate. Rather, they were prayers for protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, thanksgiving for the day's blessings, and soft dialogues with guardian gods. Deep, peaceful sleep was encouraged by these spiritual exercises, which also helped to calm racing thoughts and foster a sense of divine protection. Greek sleeping areas frequently featured small household shrines, sacred symbols, or protective amulets that were thought to ward off evil spirits and nightmares. These were psychological aids that contributed to a feeling of security and tranquility in the sleeping environment rather than manifestations of archaic superstition. Your mind can fall asleep more fully when your bedroom feels safe and sacred. For various kinds of sleep difficulties, the Greeks had particular rituals. People who experienced nightmares might burn certain herbs, such as juniper berries or bay leaves, whose smoke was thought to purify the sleeping area and encourage restful sleep. Gentle prayers were offered to Nyx, the goddess of night, for the gift of deep sleep and natural drowsiness in order to treat insomnia. Seasonal sleep rituals recognized that the agricultural calendar and weather had an impact on sleeping needs. Warmth, safety, and the prospect of springtime were the main themes of bedtime rituals during the long winter nights. Cooling, cleansing, and a connection to nature, which was alive and vibrant during the warm months, were the main focuses of summer sleep rituals. Everyone in the home was able to sleep soundly thanks to family sleep customs. Before going to bed, parents would bless their kids, frequently by giving them a gentle pat on the forehead and muttering prayers for restful sleep and a safe night. In addition to strengthening family ties, these private moments offered psychological solace that improved everyone's quality of sleep. The actual sleeping area was also prepared according to Greek customs. Sleeping areas were fumigated with aromatic herbs that both freshened the air and created a sacred atmosphere. Bedding was arranged in specific patterns thought to promote comfort and peace, and beds were frequently sprinkled with blessed or scented water. Greek bedtime customs included activities that are now known to be very helpful for maintaining proper sleep hygiene. Modern sleep experts advise the following practices for better sleep: creating a calm sleeping environment, focusing on relaxation and thankfulness, gradually lowering the lights, and scheduling bedtime activities regularly. Though they were frequently customized to each person's requirements and preferences, personal bedtime rituals usually included aspects of introspection, thankfulness, and dream world preparation. In order to let go of any resentment or anxiety that might keep them from sleeping, some Greeks would reflect on the day's events in an attitude of forgiveness and learning. Others would engage in periods of silent reflection, letting the mind naturally transition into the receptive state that facilitates both sleep and deep dreams. It was believed that the daily shift from waking to sleeping offered a chance for spiritual rejuvenation and a closer relationship with God. Sleep was a journey into a world where extraordinary experiences were possible, and normal rules didn't apply, in addition to being a time for the body to rest. Preparing for bed became a practice of both practical wisdom and spiritual devotion as a result of this realization. Greek sleep customs also involved communal aspects, particularly during holidays or stressful periods. Families may pray together in the evening, communities may engage in customs meant to encourage restful sleep for all, and neighbourhoods may perform protective rituals during trying times. These customs strengthened social ties and improved the well-being of the individual and the group. Consider yourself an athlete, philosopher, or merchant from ancient Greece who must travel far from the convenience of your well-planned sleeping quarters at home. How did you get a good night's sleep when visiting new places that might not meet your specific comfort standards? Greek solutions to the problem of sleep during travel were both clever and useful, resulting in systems that may seem surprisingly familiar to travellers today. The Greeks established a vast system of hospitality that allowed people to sleep comfortably even in far-flung places. According to the idea of xenia, or sacred hospitality, giving travellers decent places to sleep was not only smart business, but also a religious duty that Zeus himself oversaw. Even modest households took pride in providing the best sleeping arrangements they could because of this divine mandate for hospitality. Pandikaion, or professional inns, developed into sophisticated establishments that focused on giving tourists a comfortable place to stay. These weren't the gritty taverns you might see in historical dramas. Rather, they were well-run establishments that recognised that guests who slept well were likely to return and refer others to the inn. The top Greek inns had thoughtfully designed sleeping quarters, high-quality linens, heating systems, and even simple conveniences that catered to the needs of their guests. Greek inns generally provided varying degrees of lodging according to the social standing and financial constraints of their guests, but even the most basic rooms were made with the comfort of their sleep in mind. Individual sleeping alcoves or divided spaces that offered privacy and lessened noise from other visitors were a feature of common sleeping areas. These common areas frequently featured heating braziers and restrooms, enabling visitors to keep up their personal hygiene practices. The art of portable comfort for travellers who might not always find adequate lodging was perfected by the Greeks. Rich tourists brought their own bedding, such as foldable bed frames that could be used to make any reasonably level surface into a cosy sleeping area, lightweight blankets and portable pillows. These portable sleeping systems were made to be both efficient and portable, offering comfortable familiarity in strange places. For colder climates or seasons, portable heating solutions were frequently incorporated into Greek travel sleeping arrangements. Small metal containers that could be used as personal braziers, warming stones that could be heated over cooking fires and used to warm bedding, or specially made clothing that could be used for both sleeping and travelling are some examples of the items that travellers might bring. Even in difficult circumstances, seasoned Greek tourists could remain warm and cosy thanks to these portable comfort systems. In order to help travellers make well-informed decisions about where to sleep, the Greeks created complex systems for assessing the quality of lodging. Along trade routes, recommendations were passed down, and some inns gained a reputation for having very comfortable beds that attracted tourists from all over the Mediterranean. These quality requirements covered things like noise levels, security, room temperature control, and clean bedding, all of which are important for restful sleep. Travellers, particularly those on religious pilgrimages, frequently found excellent accommodations in temple complexes. These hallowed sleeping areas were kept in the best possible condition and frequently offered conveniences that were on par with the finest private lodgings. In addition to being physically comfortable, temple accommodations offered a sense of spiritual tranquility that many visitors found to be conducive to incredibly sound sleep. Greek cities created laws pertaining to lodging that included particular requirements for sleeping arrangements. Clean bedding, sufficient heating in cold weather, and reasonably quiet and secure sleeping quarters were all requirements for innkeepers. When staying in reputable lodging establishments, travellers could rely on at least minimal comfort thanks to these early hospitality standards. Travellers frequently stayed in private homes, particularly those who had business contacts or letters of introduction. Greek hospitality traditions meant that hosts took great pride in giving their guests comfortable sleeping arrangements, frequently using the finest bedding and sleeping areas from their own families. In terms of comfort and individual attention, these private accommodations frequently outperformed commercial lodging. The Greeks developed sleeping solutions for travellers that addressed particular issues that various kinds of travellers might encounter. In order to safeguard their valuable cargo while they slept, merchants needed safe sleeping arrangements. Scholars and philosophers required peaceful areas where they could study and reflect. Accommodations that promoted physical recuperation and optimal performance were necessary for athletes. Practical advice on adjusting to various climates and elevations that could impact sleep quality was part of the Greek travel sleeping culture. Travellers with experience knew how to modify their sleeping arrangements for the heat of the desert, the cold of the mountains, or the humidity of the coast. Because of this environmental consciousness, travelling didn't have to mean compromising the quality of one's sleep. Before reaching their destination, travellers were able to find appropriate lodging thanks to the communication systems that the Greeks developed. Information about inn quality, seasonal availability, and any special accommodations that might be required was disseminated through trade networks. The uncertainty and discomfort of looking for lodging when exhausted from travel were eliminated thanks to this advanced planning, which allowed travellers to frequently set up cosy sleeping arrangements before they arrived. Greek travel accommodations frequently included features that allowed them to continue their own sleep schedules while they were away from home. Inns may offer quiet areas for meditation before bed, oil lamps for evening rituals, or access to laundry facilities so that guests can continue their traditional hygiene habits. Travellers' sleep-promoting routines, which they had established at home, were protected from disruption by this attention to ritual continuity. Greek lodging systems were designed with seasonal travel in mind, offering distinct lodging options for summer and winter travel. While winter accommodations prioritised warmth and weather protection, summer accommodations may prioritise cooling and ventilation. In order to maximise comfort throughout the year, some inns provided distinct rooms for each season. In order to accommodate everything from small merchant parties to large military expeditions, the Greeks also created sleeping arrangements for group travel. These systems included logistical strategies that made sure everyone could sleep comfortably, even when travelling with a large group of people, portable sleeping equipment, and organisational techniques for managing group sleeping spaces. Think about how the ancient Greeks viewed sleep as you get more comfortable in your contemporary bed with memory foam and temperature control. For them, sleep was more than just a daily annoyance that interfered with more vital tasks or a biological requirement. Rather, it was believed that sleep was a profound part of human life that provided insights into life, death, consciousness, and our relationship to the divine. Greek philosophers pondered the nature of sleep and its significance for human well-being for a long time. According to Aristotle, sleep is crucial for mental clarity and emotional equilibrium, in addition to physical well-being. He noted that those who didn't get enough sleep became agitated, distracted, and incapable of making wise decisions, observations that contemporary sleep research has amply supported. The Greeks realized that the quality of sleep had an impact on all facets of daily life, including mental clarity, emotional stability, and physical health. Because of this knowledge, they began to view the environment and preparation for sleep as important issues deserving of considerable care and funding. A Greek who got enough sleep was seen as more moral, more sane, and more able to make contributions to society. The various forms of sleep and their differing advantages for human health were acknowledged in Greek culture. Deep, dreamless sleep was prized for its healing properties and capacity to revitalize the body and mind. Sleeping with dreams was valued because it could yield answers to difficult problems, creative inspiration, and divine messages. Even quick naps were acknowledged as useful strategies for preserving mental acuity during demanding days. The Greeks came up with complex theories regarding the connection between sleep environment, sleep position, and the quality of sleep and dreams. They thought that certain sounds and smells could affect the quality of sleep, that sleeping in particular positions could encourage different kinds of dreams, and that the bed's orientation in relation to celestial bodies could have an impact on the spiritual state of the sleeper. Greek perceptions of time and daily routines were closely linked to their views on sleep. They created their daily schedules to accommodate these rhythms rather than work against them, because they understood that human energy and alertness naturally varied throughout the day. This meant that sleep was not limited to the evening, but also included deliberate rest intervals to sustain optimal performance. Sleep was seen by the Greeks as a kind of everyday death and rebirth that offered chances for personal growth and spiritual rejuvenation. It was believed that every night's sleep was a voyage into the underworld that might offer spiritual insight, wisdom, and healing. This realization elevated sleep to a sacred activity and made getting ready for sleep a spiritual practice. The ability to sleep well was praised in Greek culture as a sign of discernment, self-control, and good living. Individuals with sound sleep habits were valued for their intelligence and self-control, while those with sleep issues were frequently perceived as also in need of direction in other facets of life. Getting enough sleep was seen as a social obligation, as well as a personal accomplishment. The Greeks understood that people's sleep requirements differed from person to person and evolved over the course of a lifetime. Adults required quality sleep for optimal performance, children required more sleep for healthy growth and development, and elderly people required distinct sleep schedules to account for the normal aging process. For its time, this personalized knowledge of sleep requirements was highly sophisticated. Sleep disorders were viewed in Greek medicine as grave medical conditions that needed to be treated thoroughly and by a professional. doctors realised that chronic sleep issues might be a sign of underlying emotional or physical imbalances that needed to be treated for general health. A well-established specialty, sleep medicine integrated psychological and spiritual interventions with physical treatments. The various sleep states and their implications for health and well-being were thoroughly categorised by the Greeks. It was acknowledged that different intermediate states such as dream sleep, deep sleep, and light sleep each had distinct purposes and needed different kinds of assistance. Modern sleep science was thousands of years behind this sophisticated understanding of sleep stages. Greek perspectives on dreams were especially advanced, acknowledging that they could be used for anything from divine communication to psychological processing. People who had particularly vivid or significant dreams might seek the advice of experts to understand their meaning, as dream interpretation was a respected skill that required training and wisdom. The Greeks held that moral and ethical behaviour during the day had an impact on the quality of sleep. It was believed that people who led moral lives slept better and had more fulfilling dreams, whereas people who acted badly might have trouble sleeping and have nightmares. People were encouraged to live in ways that supported both social harmony and individual rest, because of the link between ethics and sleep quality. Greek culture understood that sleep was a delicate state that needed to be respected and guarded. Creating environments that encouraged everyone to get a good night's sleep was viewed as a community duty, and disturbing someone's sleep unnecessarily was regarded as a serious social transgression. People were able to rely on getting the rest they required thanks to this group's dedication to improving the quality of their sleep. In order to recognise how shifting daylight, weather and social activities impacted sleep patterns throughout the year, the Greeks created seasonal approaches to sleep. People knew that winter and summer sleep were different, and instead of fighting against these natural variations, they modified their sleeping schedules, rituals and arrangements to accommodate them. In order to promote general health and character development, Greek educational systems taught students how to get enough sleep. Young people discovered that getting enough sleep was essential to growing up to be responsible adults who could make valuable contributions to society. Good sleep habits were ensured to be passed down through the generations thanks to this educational emphasis on sleep wisdom. The Greeks recognized that sleep was fundamentally social and intensely personal, impacting not only one's own well-being, but also the harmony of one's family and the prosperity of the community. Communities with well-rested residents were more tranquil, effective, and enjoyable places to live, and families with healthy sleep patterns performed better as social units. Imagine exploring a house from ancient Greece that was built with the intention of encouraging the kind of deep, rejuvenating sleep that is necessary for the body and soul to thrive. The sacred journey from waking consciousness into the world of dreams and divine communication was supported by every architectural detail in these homes, which were more than just places to lie down. Greek sleeping arrangements were based on the realization that physical settings that facilitated this significant daily shift were necessary for the passage from day to night and from consciousness to sleep. With several walls and courtyards separating sleeping areas from the sounds of everyday life or street activity, bedrooms were arranged throughout the house to provide the most quiet possible. What we might refer to as sleep suites were integrated areas found in the most affluent Greek homes. These included not only the actual sleeping area, but also areas for preparing for evening rituals, storing seasonal bedding, and even tiny private courtyards where sleepers could enjoy the fresh air while still staying in their most private domestic settings. These suites understood that having a bed in a room wasn't enough for restful sleep. Greek architects understood the importance of sound control for restful sleep, so they gave careful consideration to acoustic design. Sleeping places were frequently constructed with thick walls, placed away from workshops and animal quarters, and featured architectural elements that either reflected or absorbed sound. Early examples of sound masking were even found in some affluent residences, which used wind chimes or flowing water features to produce calming background noises that drowned out more annoying sounds. The Greeks invented architectural methods of scent control that improved the quality of sleep by using aromatherapy. Built-in niches for burning aromatic herbs, ventilation systems that drew air through herb gardens before entering bedrooms, or storage systems that kept bedding scented with rose petals or lavender are some examples of sleeping areas. These fragrant systems served as useful instruments for encouraging calm and sound sleep, not just enjoyable extravagances. Beyond merely concealing sleeping quarters from view, Greek sleeping architecture featured sophisticated approaches to privacy. Spaces that felt isolated, safe, and shielded from the outside world were created by these designs. Psychological privacy. The kind of profound relaxation necessary for genuinely healing sleep and fulfilling dreams depended on this feeling of sanctuary. The Greeks designed bedrooms that could comfortably accommodate both single people and couples because they recognized that sleeping areas needed to support both individual and shared rest. Multiple sleeping alcoves in one room, movable partitions that could create private areas in larger spaces, or adaptable furniture arrangements that could be changed to suit shifting needs are a few examples of this. Greek architects created cutting-edge methods of climate control that allowed sleeping spaces to remain cozy all year round, without constantly using fuel. These could be passive ventilation systems that moved air without causing drafts, thermal mass walls that gradually stored and released heat, or movable architectural elements that could be adjusted seasonally to maximize comfort. Certain Greek houses had distinct sleeping areas for various family members and uses. The sleeping spaces for kids were made to offer suitable privacy and easy supervision. Security and hospitality were combined in the guest sleeping areas. Elderly family members may have sleeping arrangements that preserve their comfort and dignity while meeting their evolving physical needs. The Greeks developed architectural sleep-related storage solutions that kept clothes, bedding, and other personal belongings accessible and organized without overcrowding sleeping areas. In order to maintain peaceful, clutter-free sleeping spaces that encourage mental calm, built-in niches, underbed storage spaces, and specialty furniture blended practicality with visual appeal, Greek sleeping architecture frequently included features that shielded occupants from the harsher aspects of nature, while fostering a sense of connection with it. This could include windows that are framed by views of the sky or gardens, but are made to keep out intruding light, insects, and weather. The Greek belief that sleep was a natural part of life's rhythm was reinforced by these associations with nature. The Greeks created architectural strategies for artificial lighting that promoted restful sleep. Niches for oil lamps were placed to provide soft, movable lighting that could be progressively turned down as bedtime drew near. Certain sleeping spaces had various lighting settings that permitted various pre-bedtime activities, such as reading, talking, or peaceful reflection. Greek sleeping quarters frequently featured architectural elements that encouraged personal hygiene and pre-sleep rituals. These could include restrooms, places to keep and exhibit private religious objects, or areas intended for peaceful prayer or meditation. Maintaining the regular evening routines that encouraged sound sleep was made simpler by these integrated facilities. Beyond basic heating systems, the Greeks developed architectural solutions for temperature control. Sleeping spaces could have adjustable wall openings that could be adjusted to regulate airflow according to seasonal requirements, thermal chimneys that drew hot air away during the summer, or cold air wells that offered natural cooling. Greek architects created sleeping areas that could progressively change from bright daylight to soft evening illumination to total darkness because they recognized that the daily cycle of light and darkness had an impact on the quality of sleep. This could include a variety of window sizes, movable shutters, or architectural elements that support natural circadian rhythms by directing and filtering light. The sleeping areas in the most opulent Greek homes could be fully altered to suit changing needs and personal preferences. Modular bedding systems could be combined in different ways to create customized comfort zones. Movable partitions allowed rooms to be rearranged, and adjustable furniture could accommodate different sleeping positions. Water features that offered both functional advantages and psychological comfort were frequently included in Greek sleeping architecture. Small fountains or water channels could offer psychological comfort from being in close proximity to nature, white noise to drown out distracting noises, and cooling during hot weather. Instead of interfering with sleep, these water features were intended to improve it. The Greeks created architectural security strategies that made sleepers feel totally secure without feeling confined. Multiple exits from sleeping areas, discreet yet secure locks, or design elements that offer unobstructed views of possible approach routes are a few examples of this. The type of profound relaxation that encouraged genuinely restorative sleep required physical security. Greek sleeping quarters frequently had architectural features that reinforced the idea that dreams were messages from God that needed to be properly received. Certain orientations with respect to temples or natural features, built-in spaces for dream recording materials, or architectural features that were thought to draw positive spiritual influences while you slept are examples of this. Consider how the ancient Greeks modified their sleeping arrangements to complement, rather than conflict with, the natural cycles of the Mediterranean year as the seasons shift outside your contemporary climate-controlled bedroom. They took a sensible yet sophisticated approach to seasonal sleep adaptation, understanding that different tactics were needed at different times of the year to achieve comfortable sleep. Greek winter sleeping arrangements turned houses into comfortable havens that preserved the air quality required for restful sleep while optimizing warmth. Families would frequently combine their sleeping arrangements during the coldest months, switching from summer bedrooms to smaller, easier-to-heat winter sleeping areas that improved temperature control and used less fuel. Adaptable to changing temperatures throughout the night, winter bedding systems were masterworks of layered warmth. The Greeks would make their beds with heavy linen sheets that could be added or removed as needed, fur throws, and several wool blankets. Because they could be swiftly pulled up in the event that the temperature dropped during the night, the heaviest blankets were frequently stored at the foot of the bed. In order to prepare for winter sleep, the Greeks would heat their bedding before using it, use warming pans or heated stones, or even briefly expose blankets and mattresses to brazier heat. In addition to providing physical comfort, this pre-warming ritual was a warm evening custom that facilitated family members' transition from a busy day to a peaceful night. The purpose of winter sleeping clothes was to keep people warm without limiting their mobility or making them overheat. Many families had special winter nightwear that was both warmer and more comfortable than their summer sleeping clothes, and Greeks wore layered sleeping garments made of soft wool that could be adjusted during the night. In order to cope with the psychological effects of long dark nights and cold weather, the Greeks created sleep customs tailored to the winter season. During the months when people spent more time indoors, these could include long evening talks by the fire before bed, special winter foods that encouraged coziness and relaxation, or family bonding activities that took place in groups. The Greek understanding that the body's needs changed as daylight hours increased and temperatures became more moderate was reflected in the springtime sleeping arrangements. It was thought that spring was the best season to clean and reorganize sleeping areas, to air out bedding that had been stored during the winter, and to gradually switch from bulky winter sleeping arrangements to lighter spring comfort systems. In order to welcome the rebirth of nature, Greek spring sleep customs involved the ceremonial cleaning and blessing of sleeping areas. In celebration of the return of growth and life to the natural world, bedrooms were meticulously cleaned, bedding was cleaned and allowed to air out, and sleeping areas were frequently adorned with fresh flowers or herbs. Spring sleep schedules adapted bedtimes and morning routines to accommodate, rather than conflict with, people's innately higher levels of energy as daylight hours increased. The Greeks realized that modifying daily routines to align with seasonal energy patterns was more effective than fighting natural sleep rhythms. Ancient Greek summer sleeping necessitated completely different techniques aimed at staying cool while preserving security and comfort. Greek homes often had outdoor or semi-outdoor sleeping areas that benefited from cool night breezes, as well as specialized summer sleeping areas that maximized airflow while minimizing heat retention. Greek summer bedding was simple but thoughtfully selected for its ability to keep cool. Even on the hottest nights, comfortable sleeping conditions were made possible by light linen sheets, easily removable thin wool blankets, and bedding that had been stored with cooling herbs like eucalyptus or mint. The timing of summer sleep was changed to accommodate Mediterranean climate's inherent cooling cycles. Greeks may sleep later to enjoy cooler evening temperatures, take afternoon naps during the hottest part of the day, and rise earlier to enjoy the cool morning hours before the heat of the day becomes unbearable. Despite the hot weather, cooling rituals that reduced body temperature and encouraged relaxation were part of the Greek summer sleep preparation. The use of fans and other cooling equipment to create comfortable sleeping conditions, light evening meals that didn't increase internal heat, or cool baths before bed could all be part of this. The Greeks understood that autumn was a time to prepare for winter, while still taking advantage of the pleasant weather and bountiful harvests of late summer, and this was reflected in their sleeping arrangements. The best time to make winter bedding, stock up on heating fuel and gradually change sleeping arrangements from summer to winter was in the fall. Gratitude rituals that honoured the year's harvest and primed the mind for the contemplative winter months were common in Greek autumn sleep customs. These exercises facilitated the mental shift from summer's active, externally focused energy to winter's need for inward-focused, restful energy. The Greeks created intricate systems for keeping sleeping gear and seasonal bedding in good shape, while making the most of the storage space that was available. Winter bedding was aired and stored in the summer to avoid heat and humidity damage, while summer bedding was meticulously cleaned and preserved with fragrant herbs in the winter. Understanding how shifting daylight patterns impacted not only sleep timing, but also sleep quality and dream content was part of the Greek seasonal sleep wisdom. They changed their expectations and sleeping arrangements in response to the fact that people naturally slept differently on long summer nights than on long winter nights. The Greeks were also aware that seasonal variations in sleep had an impact on family and community dynamics, in addition to individual rest. Seasonal sleeping arrangements created yearly cycles that supported both intimacy and independence by bringing families closer together in the winter and allowing for more individual privacy in the summer. Another advanced component of Greek sleep wisdom was seasonal nutrition, which suggested different foods to support restful sleep at different seasons of the year. While summer sleep foods emphasized cool, easily digestible options that didn't interfere with rest during warm weather, winter sleep foods might emphasize warming spices and hearty ingredients. Imagine living in a society where social obligations and community relationships played a bigger role in your sleep than just being a personal, private experience. Ancient Greek society established institutions and practices that promoted restful sleep for individuals while fortifying the social ties that bound communities together, because they recognized that getting enough sleep was both a personal need and a shared obligation. Greek architecture and social arrangements were based on the knowledge that family sleep patterns had an impact on everyone's health, which encouraged everyone in the family to get enough sleep. The sleeping arrangements for parents, kids, servants, and other family members were planned to minimize disruptions and maximize comfort and security. The Greek idea of philoxenia, or love of strangers, included particular duties to give visitors, travelers, and guests a comfortable place to sleep. These were considered to be sacred obligations that the gods themselves upheld, not merely polite social behavior. Reputations were frequently based on the caliber of sleep that visitors received in specific homes, and families took pride in their ability to provide exceptional sleeping hospitality. Greek communities established unofficial but efficient procedures for controlling activities and noise that could interfere with sleep. There were unspoken norms in neighbourhoods regarding what kinds of nighttime activities were appropriate, how late social gatherings could go on, and when noisy activities should stop. Everyone was able to rely on the silence required for restful sleep thanks to these community norms. Because the Greeks understood that sleep issues could impact entire communities, they developed collective approaches to sleep health that address social and environmental factors that affect the quality of sleep. Communities could cooperate to manage lighting that disrupted natural sleep cycles, control sources of noise pollution, or address security issues that prevented residents from getting a good night's sleep. Greek social customs included particular procedures for resolving disputes and issues pertaining to sleep. There were established social mechanisms in place to handle situations where someone's actions were interfering with others' sleep in a way that would preserve peace in the community. These systems understood that if sleep disputes were not managed carefully, they could develop into major social issues. The Greeks created parallel systems that gave everyone, from affluent citizens to working slaves, suitable rest opportunities because they recognized that different social classes had different sleep requirements and limitations. The idea that everyone should have enough sleep for their health and productivity was widely acknowledged, even though the specific arrangements varied greatly. Greek civic and religious celebrations included measures to deal with the sleep disturbance that big crowds invariably caused. Systems that offered sleeping accommodations, controlled noise levels at night, and assisted people in sticking to sleep schedules despite the excitement of special occasions were developed as a result of festival organisers' recognition that attendees needed to rest in order to fully participate in multi-day events. The Greeks created complex methods for communal sleeping that could be used for family get-togethers, religious pilgrimages, and military operations. These systems included social norms that preserved comfort and privacy even in crowded situations, equipment that was portable and easy to set up, and systematic approaches to managing shared sleeping areas. Greek marriage traditions included special consideration for sleeping arrangements that promoted intimacy within the marriage, as well as individual rest. There were established traditions for designing sleeping areas that encouraged individual comfort and harmony within the marriage, and newlyweds were given bedding and bedroom furnishings as wedding presents. Understanding that children's sleep needs differed from those of adults, the Greeks created family structures that encouraged young people to get a good night's sleep while teaching them the social skills needed to live in a community. Early on, kids were taught that their sleeping patterns had an impact on other people, and that it was their duty to improve the quality of sleep in the home. Greek social customs regarding illness and sleep acknowledged that caring for ill family members necessitated modifying household sleep schedules, and that sick people required different sleeping arrangements. families frequently received support from their communities in overcoming these obstacles, enabling everyone to get enough sleep during trying times. The Greeks created seasonal social customs that complemented rather than contradicted these natural changes in daylight and weather, because they recognized that these changes had an impact on community social rhythms as well as individual sleep patterns. While summer customs accommodated the lighter sleep patterns that came with longer days, winter social activities were made to work with longer sleep needs. Professional experts who were knowledgeable about sleep medicine and could offer guidance and treatment to those who were having trouble sleeping were frequently found in Greek communities. These professionals provided holistic approaches to sleep health that met the needs of the individual as well as the community by fusing their knowledge of medicine with an awareness of the social and environmental elements that influence sleep. Understanding that children, adults, and elders all had unique needs that needed to be met, the Greeks created systems for addressing the sleep needs of various age groups within communities. Regardless of each resident's unique situation, community areas and activities were created to promote healthy sleep habits. Recognizing that community survival frequently depended on ensuring that important individuals could get enough sleep even during trying times, Greek social customs included particular approaches to managing sleep during emergencies or crises. During conflicts, natural disasters, or other disruptions, these crisis sleep systems supported community functioning. It's worth considering how much of the ancient Greeks' knowledge about sleep is still applicable and useful in our day and age as you get ready to go to sleep tonight, surrounded by contemporary conveniences that they could never have imagined. Some aspects of human well-being are genuinely timeless, as evidenced by the Greeks' methods of rest and sleep, which have been largely confirmed by modern science. Many of the results of modern sleep research were predicted by the Greeks' understanding of the relationship between sleep environment and sleep quality. Their focus on air quality, noise reduction, lighting, and temperature regulation demonstrated an innate awareness of the environmental elements that either support or obstruct sound sleep. Many of the environmental changes that Greeks made to their homes and bedtime rituals are still advised by contemporary sleep experts. Current research demonstrates that regular evening routines help regulate circadian rhythms and promote better sleep quality, confirming the Greek emphasis on bedtime rituals and sleep preparation. Their gradual change from bright daylight to soft evening lighting to darkness is in line with current advice on how to control light exposure to promote healthy sleep cycles. Modern knowledge of sleep medicine and chronobiology was foreshadowed by the Greeks' understanding that sleep needs differ from person to person and evolve over the course of a person's life. Their adaptable ideas about the environment, timing, and length of sleep demonstrated a deep comprehension of human sleep patterns that contemporary science has only lately come to fully understand. Modern research on the relationships between sleep quality, mental health, and overall life satisfaction was foreshadowed by the Greeks' integration of sleep with spiritual and psychological well-being. Modern sleep studies have fully validated their understanding that sleep has an impact on social relationships, intellectual performance, emotional stability, and physical health. For anyone who wants to work with natural rhythms rather than against them, Greek approaches to seasonal sleep adaptation are still applicable. They serve as models for how contemporary people might modify their sleep patterns to promote well-being all year round by modifying their bedding, sleep schedule, and sleeping environment according to the seasons. For modern societies dealing with pervasive sleep issues, the Greek emphasis on sleep as a communal issue rather than merely an individual one provides insightful information. Their realization that peaceful social settings and community collaboration are necessary for restful sleep points to methods of improving sleep health that go beyond changing personal habits. Many aspects of contemporary sleep systems were foreshadowed by Greek innovations in bedding and sleep furniture. Their use of layered bedding, adjustable sleeping surfaces, and materials that control moisture and temperature demonstrated a knowledge of sleep comfort that contemporary manufacturers invest millions of dollars in studying and creating. Current studies on sleep's role in memory consolidation, emotional processing, and creative problem-solving have confirmed the Greek understanding that dreams and sleep states serve significant psychological and spiritual purposes. Their thoughtful consideration of dreams and sleep experiences demonstrated a profound appreciation for the significance of sleep that goes well beyond mere physical relaxation. Modern travellers who struggle with jet lag, strange surroundings, and disturbed sleep patterns can learn from the Greeks' approaches to travel, sleeping, and sleeping away from home. Their portable comfort systems, flexibility tactics, and focus on preserving accustomed sleep patterns offer helpful advice for today's travel sleep issues. Modern integrative approaches to sleep disorders were foreshadowed by the Greek understanding that sleep medicine necessitates comprehensive approaches addressing physical, psychological, environmental and social factors. Their understanding that sleep issues frequently mirror larger imbalances in life provides insightful viewpoints for modern sleep medicine. Modern home design and bedroom layout are influenced by Greek architectural approaches to sleeping areas. Their focus on privacy, climate control, acoustic design, and the psychological aspects of sleeping areas provides advice for designing modern bedrooms that genuinely promote sound sleep. Modern families can learn the value of healthy sleep habits from the Greeks, who incorporated sleep wisdom into education and child rearing. They provide hope for resolving today's childhood sleep issues by acknowledging that sleep skills are acquired and can be enhanced with practice and focus. Greek seasonal sleeping customs provide alternatives to the artificially regulated settings that define a large portion of contemporary life. For those who are interested in more natural methods of regulating sleep and the circadian rhythm, their methods for dealing with seasonal energy patterns, temperature fluctuations, and natural light cycles offer guidance. The Greek understanding that a good night's sleep is both a personal need and a social obligation provides insights that may be useful in addressing modern sleep issues brought on by environmental and social variables that are out of an individual's control. Their community-focused approaches to sleep health offer policy recommendations that could enhance the quality of sleep for whole populations. Most significantly, the Greek conception of sleep as a sacred restorative process that merits reverence, care, and attention provides a counterpoint to modern views of sleep as a waste of time or a loss of productivity. Their reverent view of sleep as a daily chance for rest and rejuvenation offers a useful counterpoint to contemporary sleep deprivation and anxiety. Try some Greek-inspired sleep techniques as you get into bed tonight, establishing slow changes from bright to dim lighting, sticking to regular bedtime routines, monitoring the temperature and noise levels of your sleeping space, or just approaching sleep with the same reverence and expectation that the Greeks brought to their nightly foray into the world of dreams. The ancient Greeks recognized something that our contemporary society occasionally overlooks. Sleep patterns have an impact on not only how we feel the following day, but also how we conduct our entire lives. Their knowledge of relaxation, comfort, and the sacredness of sleep provides timeless advice for anyone looking to improve their life, not just their quality of sleep. Rest well knowing that you're engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human customs, one that links you to thousands of generations of people who have found solace, wisdom, and rejuvenation in the soft embrace of sound sleep, in addition to your own deepest needs for rest and recuperation. Thomas Jefferson was born on April 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in full horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed he was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774 he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognised his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration, but that passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognized that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships, and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticized his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., worn from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognised a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform the American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognized the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him, fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalized, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent. Yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, More incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author of democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips. Nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims. with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey, and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, a British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the Crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon. Managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions. But economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations, though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry. He projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognizing the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganized force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realized that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticized notion of the Continental Army's underdog valor, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathizers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the Army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticized, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit Loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognized that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasized wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America. broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman Republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power. Yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, The delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site. such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens, and though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided, dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realized that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly, she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could: his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else. To the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. By acting as if he were the authority figure, Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterise his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers. Gathering legions known for their discipline and grit, he departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome. only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these maneuvers, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarii, so written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatized his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, as Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single factional rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, his enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east. Confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's, they had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres: Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated. His head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic. It was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor, with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici, I came, I saw, I conquered." Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the Republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Sosigenes of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question, was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest, but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the Republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east, intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of command auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death, but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the Forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared, and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen: Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses, but Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realized they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganize the state. And reorganize it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents, echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance, and famously a romance, with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognized him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Tsar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Julius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilized under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar stands in Roman history not simply as a conqueror or a dictator, but as a turning point. He harnessed ambition, popular support, and raw military skill to reshape the world's greatest republic. And in doing so, he cleared a path for imperial rule. Some see him as a hero visionary who expanded Rome's horizons. Others view him as the ultimate usurper, betraying the collective governance that had once defined the city's spirit. Perhaps both are true. In the end, Julius Caesar's story reminds us that history rarely lends itself to neat labels. The arcs of power, destiny, and personal will often weave together in ways that defy easy categorization. And if there's one lesson that resonates across the centuries, it might be this. When a single individual grows too large for the existing order, transformation, however exhilarating or destructive, becomes inevitable. Now you may believe that you are familiar with Alexander Hamilton from the popular Broadway production, but for the time being, let's put the hip-hop music and dramatic performances aside. Instead, think of him as your exceptionally intelligent neighbour who always has something interesting to say over the garden fence. He's the type of person who sees opportunities where others see problems and who, with time and careful consideration, has never encountered a difficult problem that he couldn't solve. Our story starts on the tiny Caribbean island of Nevis, where the sound of waves lapping against coral shores and the aroma of sugarcane are carried by the trade winds. In 1755, a child is born who will grow up to have thoughts the size of an entire continent. The problem with Alexander, though, is that he didn't begin life with any advantages that would indicate greatness was on the horizon. You know how some people seem to have it all from birth. Alexander became more akin to a wooden spoon that had previously been used to stir up something dubious. James Hamilton, his father, had a knack for making bad business choices that would make a contemporary businessman shudder. Imagine a man who had the ability to take something that was certain and somehow make it a spectacular failure. For you, that's James Hamilton. When Alexander was 10 years old, his father did what struggling men do when life becomes too difficult. He just left. He was there one morning, discussing his most recent business endeavour that would undoubtedly bring wealth to the family, and the following morning, his seat at the breakfast table was vacant. Alexander seemed to brush it off as just another mystery to be solved at a later time, even though it's the kind of abandonment that could shatter a child's spirit. Rachel, his mother, was left to handle things alone, and she did so with the quiet resolve that would later manifest in her son's personality. She didn't have a lot of money or ties to influential families, but she had something more valuable. She was a reader, and she made sure Alexander was as well. This was like giving him superpowers at a time when many people signed their names with an X. Imagine young Alexander reading by candlelight in their tiny home as the Caribbean night hummed with insects and sea breezes. He devoured books with the same fervour and seemingly insatiable appetite as some children consume candy. It made no difference whether it was history books, philosophy, poetry, or mathematics. Alexander wanted to understand anything that had words on a page. However, harsh lessons come with living on a small island, and Alexander's mother passed away when he was 13. With no family wealth to rely on and no clear way forward, this intelligent boy suddenly found himself practically alone in the world. This type of circumstance could teach someone to be cautious, to keep their head down, and to seize any little opportunities that present themselves. Rather, Alexander surveyed his situation and concluded that it was unacceptable. Not in a furious manner, but with the cool resolve of someone who just doesn't think that where you begin is where you end up. He secured a position in a trading company as a clerk, managing the bookkeeping and correspondence for traders who transported goods between islands. This may seem like a rather ordinary way for a future founding father to spend his adolescence, but this is where Alexander's unique brilliance began to emerge. Alexander started to comprehend how the entire system operated. Whereas other clerks might have just copied letters and added up columns of numbers, he observed how ships travelled between islands, how money moved between locations, and how a sugar shortage in one area could lead to opportunities in another. Today he was like a teenager, who begins by assisting with the social media account for a family business, and ends up knowing more about digital marketing than those who have degrees in the field. Alexander not only carried out his duties, but also assimilated the fundamental ideas that underpinned successful commerce. At the age of 17, Alexander experienced a life-altering event in 1772. The Caribbean was hit by a huge hurricane, the kind of storm that prompts modern weather forecasters to use adjectives like catastrophic and unprecedented. Buildings that had withstood years of tropical storms were reduced to splinters, trees that had stood for decades were uprooted like weeds, and the meticulous order of everyday life was completely upended. The majority of people would have written home about the devastation, and perhaps even shared some dramatic tales of how they managed to survive the storm. However, Alexander sat down and wrote something completely different because he was Alexander. In his letter, he characterized the hurricane as a window into the great power of nature and the frailty of human ambition, in addition to being a destructive force. Everyone who read the letter was taken aback by its beauty. It wasn't overdone or flowery. Alexander never liked superfluous ornamentation, but it encapsulated a fundamental aspect of what it was like to live through such a moment. It revealed a young man capable of finding meaning in devastation and patterns in chaos. It was like watching someone realize they have a lovely singing voice when his letter appeared in the local newspaper. Alexander was suddenly recognized as someone special by those who had previously thought of him as just another clerk's assistant. Local businessmen and clergymen were drawn to the letter and concluded that the young man's abilities were too valuable to be wasted on a small island. They started a collection, which is similar to passing a hat around your neighbourhood, except that instead of collecting money for someone's medical bills, you're collecting money to send a teenager to college in the United States. The kind of investment in human potential that transforms everything was demonstrated by this extraordinary act of faith in Alexander's potential. With only a few books, some clothing, and some ideas that would eventually help reshape a continent, 18-year-old Alexander Hamilton set sail for New York in 1773. He was leaving behind not just a location, but a whole way of thinking about what was possible as his island home vanished behind him. Alexander must have felt like Dorothy leaving her farmhouse and entering the land of Oz when he first arrived in New York, only instead of a yellow brick road, He discovered cobblestone streets that were busier than his entire island had been. With the kind of energy that comes from living in a place where anything seems possible, the city was a whirlpool of intellectuals, merchants, sailors and craftsmen, all pursuing their different dreams. King's College, now known as Columbia University, was where he enrolled. Imagine a young man from a small Caribbean island entering those halls for the first time, surrounded by the sons of wealthy New York families who had been raised to take their privileges for granted. It might have been frightening, but Alexander had something they didn't: a voracious appetite for information that only comes from having earned every chance. Alexander threw himself into his studies like a man who realized that education was his only way to influence others. Whereas his classmates may have approached their studies with the casual attitude of people who knew they would inherit their father's businesses regardless of their grades, he studied history, economics, philosophy and law with the fervour of someone who understood that these subjects were more than merely academic pursuits. They were instruments he would need to construct the life he desired. What set Alexander apart from even the most committed learners, however, was that he synthesized knowledge rather than merely absorbing it. He was already considering how the lessons he was reading about ancient Greek democracy might be applied to the political unrest that was developing in colonial America. He was thinking about how British economic theory might apply to a nation that did not yet exist, but that he was already starting to envision when he studied it. For young people interested in concepts related to society and governance, the 1770s were a unique period. Taxes, representation, and the basic issue of who had the authority to decide on other people's lives were the subjects of escalating disputes between the American colonies and Britain. These were pressing real-world issues that had an impact on everyone's day-to-day existence, not theoretical philosophical arguments taking place in some far-off capital. The political conversations that seemed to emerge everywhere, whether in coffee shops, on street corners, or in college dorms late at night, when young men with more fervour than experience would solve the world's problems over candlelight, and whatever alcohol they could afford drew Alexander in. Alexander, however, approached these arguments with the gravity of someone who thought ideas had consequences, in contrast to many of his contemporaries who saw them as intellectual amusement. He started penning pamphlets, which were the blog posts of the 18th century, but they were more difficult to create and disseminate. His earliest works revealed a mind already pondering difficult issues regarding the interplay between local autonomy and national unity, as well as between individual liberty and collective security. Alexander was developing concepts that he believed would soon become crucial, so these weren't merely smart academic exercises. Alexander was 20 years old when the Revolutionary War finally broke out in 1775, and he had to make the same decision that all young Americans had to make. Would he try to avoid danger and wait to see how things worked out, or would he take up arms for the cause of independence? There was really no other option for someone who had studied political theory in depth during his college years. Alexander was not an idealistic idealist who viewed war as a glorious adventure when he enlisted in the Continental Army. He realized that winning battles would only be the first step in a long, costly and challenging conflict. He immediately made a name for himself as someone who could solve the kinds of real-world issues that armies encounter when attempting to wage war without sufficient supplies, rather than as a warrior in the conventional sense. When you don't have enough money to buy food, how do you feed soldiers? When there aren't enough wagons or horses, how do you transport supplies? When everyone is aware that the enemy has superior gear and more consistent funding, how do you keep morale high? These may seem like trivial issues, but Alexander knew that strategy is just as important in winning a war as bravery. His teenage years in the Caribbean trading office had taught him that intricate systems necessitate meticulous attention to details that may appear uninteresting but are actually very important. No matter how valiant its soldiers are, an army that is unable to effectively move its supplies or feed itself will lose. General George Washington, who was facing difficulties that would have overwhelmed most leaders, was drawn to his abilities. In order to effectively manage a revolutionary war, Washington needed someone who could coordinate with other officers, draft orders, handle correspondence, and solve the intricate administrative issues that arise. He discovered someone in Alexander who was capable of all of that, and who also had a broad understanding of their goals. Alexander developed into one of Washington's most trusted aides, working closely with him for years, allowing him to see directly how decisions are made in emergency situations. He observed how Washington handled conflicting demands, controlled challenging individuals, and remained focused on long-term objectives even when immediate pressures became too much to handle. Most significantly, though, Alexander spent those years of war contemplating the future. He was already thinking about the more difficult question: how would they actually govern themselves once they had gained the right to do so? While others concentrated on the pressing issue of gaining independence, after the war ended in 1783, Americans had to figure out what it meant to be a nation, a problem no previous generation had ever faced. When you put it that way, it sounds easy, but the reality was far more intricate. 13 distinct colonies, each with its own customs, passions, and views on how things ought to be run, had to somehow manage to operate as a single country. The Articles of Confederation, which were essentially a treaty between 13 independent states rather than a blueprint for a single government, were the first attempt to solve this conundrum. A group of roommates agreeing to split the rent but not granting anyone the power to ensure that each person pays their share was the political equivalent of that. Alexander became increasingly convinced that this system was not going to work as he watched it falter from crisis to crisis. Because each state produced its own currency, trade between them became needlessly complicated. They treated neighbouring states more like foreign nations than as parts of the same country, imposing tariffs on each other's goods. There was no efficient system in place to settle disagreements when they occurred. Most annoying of all, there was no dependable method for the national government to raise funds. It could request funding from the states, but not mandate it. This meant that soldiers who had fought for independence could not receive their back pay, debts from the Revolutionary War remained unpaid, and the new nation's credit was so bad that foreign governments started to question whether America would be able to remain an independent nation. This was similar to witnessing a business owner who refused to record their revenue or expenses and then question why they were unable to pay their bills for someone with Alexander's background in finance and commerce. The issues weren't enigmatic, rather, they were the inevitable outcome of attempting to manage a complicated organisation without delegating decision-making authority to anyone. Alexander was developing his legal career in New York during this time, taking on cases that allowed him to gain first-hand knowledge of the day-to-day operations of the nation's legal and economic systems. He witnessed the needless complexity of business caused by the absence of a unified set of commercial laws, the confusion and inefficiency caused by the lack of a stable national currency, and the difficulty in resolving disputes that crossed state lines due to the lack of federal authority. Alexander, however, started formulating solutions to these issues rather than merely lamenting them. He looked for ideas that might apply to the American economy by researching the economic systems of other nations, especially Britain. He read widely about various governmental structures in an effort to comprehend what caused some countries to be stable and prosperous, while others suffered from ongoing political unrest. By 1787, enough Americans had agreed with Alexander that something needed to change because the Articles of Confederation were failing. In order to determine whether a more efficient system of national government could be established, a convention was called in Philadelphia, supposedly to amend the Articles. Despite being in the awkward position of being the only member of his state's delegation who genuinely wished to establish a powerful federal government, Alexander was chosen as one of New York's delegates. Because his two colleagues favoured the status quo, New York's official stance at the convention was typically against the kinds of reforms Alexander believed were required. Some of America's most intelligent political thinkers, men who had pondered societal and governmental issues for years, came together for the convention. Even so, Alexander stood out among this esteemed group for his willingness to think outside the box and for the breadth of his vision. Alexander argued for something more fundamental. They needed to establish a national government that was actually capable of governing, whereas many delegates saw the convention's work as a matter of making small changes to the current system. Instead of depending on state cooperation, this meant granting the federal government the authority to impose taxes, control interstate commerce, and directly enforce its laws. Although these might appear to be technical details, Alexander realized that they served as the cornerstone for all other goals the new country wished to achieve. The government couldn't maintain an army, pay off debts, or fund the kinds of infrastructure projects that would support the nation's development and prosperity if it couldn't consistently generate income. The United States would not be a true national market if it did not have the power to control interstate commerce. Alexander's speech on June 18, 1787, outlining his vision for a powerful federal government, is his most well-known contribution to the convention. Even though the presentation lasted 6 hours, imagine spending that much time watching a PowerPoint. It wasn't dull academic theory. Alexander was outlining a workable plan for handling the intricate problems that a big, diverse country faces. Although his fellow delegates listened politely, many of them thought his ideas were too radical. Alexander was advocating for a degree of federal power that was higher than what the majority of Americans at the time felt was appropriate. Many of them weren't prepared to establish a new government that might turn out to be just as repressive, because they had just fought a war to rid themselves of what they perceived to be excessive government power. Alexander had a big impact on the final constitution, despite the fact that his specific suggestions were not accepted. The powers given to Congress reflected his views on the necessity of federal control over taxation and commerce. His focus on establishing a government that could take decisive action had an impact on the executive branch's layout. Convincing the American people to ratify the new constitution was the true challenge that arose after the Constitutional Convention concluded its work in September 1787. It took more than just persuading politicians to support this. It also required a shift in the way the general public perceived the connection between individual liberty and group government. Alexander recognized that this was essentially an ideological conflict, and he threw himself into it with the ferocity of someone who thought the nation's future depended on it. He started writing a collection of essays with John Jay and James Madison that became known as the Federalist Papers. They were all published under the same pseudonym Publius. These essays provided thoughtful, in-depth justifications for why the proposed constitution would be superior to the current one, not just catchphrases or sentimental pleas. Of the 85 essays, Alexander authored 51 that addressed some of the most intricate and contentious facets of the new system of government. Imagine him working late into the night by candlelight in his New York law office, developing arguments that were both rigorously intellectual and understandable to the average reader. In essence, he was creating the instruction manual for American democracy, outlining not only the functions of the new government, but also the rationale behind its structure. Alexander carefully outlined the reasons why the Articles of Confederation were failing in Federalist number. 21 using relatable examples. It was similar to trying to manage a household without a steady source of income when the national government was unable to collect taxes. You might manage for a while, but eventually the bills would arrive and you would be unable to pay them. He made the case in Federalist number 23 that if a federal government was to exist at all, it must be powerful enough to carry out its mandate. Establishing a national authority that was meant to oversee commerce and provide for defence, but lack the authority to do so successfully was pointless. Perhaps his most significant contribution, however, was Federalist number 78, where he introduced the idea of judicial review, the notion that courts ought to have the power to judge whether laws are constitutional, and described the function of the federal judiciary. Alexander was considering how to keep the new government from going too far while still granting it sufficient power to carry out its duties, so this wasn't just a theoretical legal theory. Newspapers across the nation carried the Federalist Papers, which sparked discussions in town squares, taverns, and family dinner tables. Although many Americans were still wary of strong federal authority, Alexander's arguments were generally unpopular, but eventually gained support because they were both practically sound and intellectually sound. The task of transforming abstract plans into functional government operations fell to George Washington, the first president appointed under the new Constitution. Selecting Alexander Hamilton to be the first Secretary of the Treasury, a role that would allow Hamilton to put many of the ideas he had been working on for years into practice, was one of his most significant choices. Alexander, at 34, was younger than most cabinet members, but his theoretical background and real-world experience made him an ideal fit for the new country's problems. Due to the millions of dollars it owed to both domestic and foreign investors who had contributed to the Revolutionary War's funding, the federal government was effectively bankrupt. Some European observers questioned whether the United States would remain an independent nation because of the country's extremely low credit rating. Alexander's methodical approach to these issues was a reflection of the years of study he had put into his understanding of finance and economics. Instead of tackling each crisis one at a time, he developed a comprehensive plan that would build a stable financial system, restore the nation's credit, and lay the groundwork for sustained economic growth. In On Public Credit, his first significant report, he suggested that the federal government take full responsibility for all debts accrued during the Revolutionary War, including debts accrued by individual states. This was more than simply paying back debts. Alexander recognized that a country's debt management reveals a lot about its dependability and character. States that had already paid off their war debts would ultimately be assisting in the repayment of states that hadn't been as fiscally responsible, which made the proposal contentious. However, Alexander contended that this was the cost of moving from a loose confederation of independent states to a truly unified nation. Imagine a family that, despite some members having been more frugal with their money than others, decides to combine their resources to pay off everyone's college loans. In the short run, it might not seem fair, but it builds a foundation of mutual commitment and shared responsibility that makes the group stronger. In order to manage government finances, maintain a stable currency, and provide credit to promote economic growth, Alexander also suggested establishing a national bank. While the concept of a central bank was widely accepted in Europe, it was revolutionary in America, where many people equated banks with the type of concentrated financial power from which they had fled. A national bank, according to its detractors, would favour affluent investors at the expense of common farmers and artisans. In response, Alexander said that a well-run financial system would help everyone by increasing the availability of credit for profitable investments, stabilising currency, and improving trade efficiency. His goal was to build the financial infrastructure that a contemporary economy needs, not to enrich bankers. Reliable financial institutions are necessary to control the flow of credit and money that enables commerce, just as good roads are necessary for the efficient transportation of goods. Alexander's report on manufactures, which he presented to Congress in 1791, was arguably his most forward-thinking contribution as Treasury Secretary. Alexander envisioned something more ambitious, a country that could produce its own goods and compete with established industrial powers. This was in contrast to the majority of Americans of his era who believed that the United States would continue to be primarily an agricultural country that imported manufactured goods from Europe in exchange for raw materials. Alexander recognized that political independence was useless without economic independence, so this was more than just economic nationalism. A nation that relied on other countries for basic manufactured goods would always be at risk from political and economic pressure. His defense of American manufacturing, however, went beyond mere self-sufficiency. Alexander thought that as industry grew, more varied economic opportunities would be created, enabling Americans to pursue a greater variety of careers and raise their standard of living. Compared to a farmer who solely relied on agricultural revenue, a farmer who was able to work part-time in a nearby textile mill had greater financial security. Additionally, he contended that manufacturing would more effectively utilize what economists refer to as human capital, the abilities and skills of individuals who might not be able to fully engage in an agricultural economy. Women could be paid in textile mills. Children could work in factories. This was before the issues surrounding child labour were recognised. And immigrants with industrial skills could immediately contribute to economic growth instead of needing to learn how to farm. For its time, Alexander's manufacturing vision was extraordinarily advanced. He realised that building factories was not enough for successful industrial development. It also required access to capital, skilled labour, supportive infrastructure, and markets big enough to turn a profit. Protective tariffs to help American manufacturers compete with well-established European producers are among the policies he suggested the government implement to promote these favourable conditions. Alexander's understanding of what is now known as economic diversification was also demonstrated in the report. He maintained that a country with a diverse economy, one that includes manufacturing, services, agriculture and commerce, would be more resilient than one that relies too much on any one of these industries. Manufacturing could remain profitable even if agricultural prices declined. Even if one area experienced economic challenges, other areas with distinct economic foundations could still thrive. Alexander's manufacturing vision was rejected by critics as unrealistic fantasy, claiming that Americans lacked the markets, capital, and skills required for effective industrial development. However, Alexander knew that these capabilities could be developed over time with the right investments and policies because he had studied the economic development of other countries. Alexander was at the centre of increasingly contentious political discussions as he carried out his economic and financial policies, which ultimately resulted in the establishment of the first political parties in America. When people with essentially different ideas about the country attempted to cooperate, partisan divisions emerged, which was not something anyone had anticipated or desired. The founders had hoped to avoid the kind of partisan divisions they associated with European politics. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who favoured a more constrained federal role, an agricultural economy, and closer ties with France, disagreed with Alexander's vision of a strong federal government, a diversified economy, and close ties with Britain. These disagreements were not merely about policy, they also represented divergent views on the ideal form of the United States of America. Alexander's plan for a national bank, which Jefferson claimed was unconstitutional, because the Constitution didn't specifically give the federal government the authority to charter banks, was the final straw in the dispute. In response, Alexander presented a thorough legal defense of implied powers, which hold that the Constitution gave the federal government the right to do whatever it takes to effectively exercise the powers it specified, in addition to the specific powers it listed. This debate was about how to interpret the Constitution, and what kind of federal government the American people had truly agreed to establish, not just about banking. While Jefferson supported strict construction, which restricted federal authority to powers specifically stated in the Constitution, Alexander argued for what became known as a broad construction of the document. Both of his most trusted advisors made strong cases for their positions, but President Washington was forced to make the difficult decision. On the bank issue, he finally took Alexander's side, but the political rifts that resulted from these discussions would influence American politics for many years to come. Alexander rose to prominence as the intellectual head of the Federalist Party, which promoted pro-business policies, industrial growth, and a powerful federal government. The Democratic-Republican Party, founded by Jefferson and Madison, promoted stringent constitutional interpretation, agricultural interests, and limited federal power. Although these party differences may appear regrettable, Alexander recognized that they were a positive indication of a robust democracy. People with differing opinions about politics and policy should be able to band together, promote their positions, and run for office in a free society. Either dictatorship or political anarchy was the alternative, not peaceful unity. Alexander's personal life was characterized by both great success and heartbreaking setbacks, even as he was establishing himself as one of America's most significant public figures. He had 8 children with Elizabeth Schuyler, a member of one of the most well-known families in New York. According to all accounts, it was a devoted union founded on respect for one another and similar ideals. However, Alexander paid a personal price for his unwavering commitment to public service. In order to achieve his political and financial objectives, he frequently put his family and his own health last while working incredibly long hours. When he committed to a project, he threw himself into it wholeheartedly, sometimes to the detriment of everything else in his life. He was the type of person who couldn't do anything halfway. Alexander made a choice in 1797 that would follow him for the rest of his life. In an attempt to dispel rumours that he had exploited his role as Treasury Secretary for personal financial gain, he released a pamphlet confessing to an affair. The Reynolds pamphlet, as it was called, demonstrated that Alexander was innocent of financial corruption, but guilty of adultery. Both Alexander's complex personality and his dedication to public integrity were evident in this choice. Instead of letting people think he had violated the public's confidence, he decided to ruin his own reputation. This was basically political suicide in a time when political and personal reputations were intertwined. Although Alexander's aspirations for higher office were essentially dashed by the scandal, his impact on American political and economic advancement remained unabated. He still advised other political leaders, wrote about public policy, and practiced law. His theories have influenced discussions of economic policy, constitutional interpretation, and federal power. Most significantly, the Reynolds pamphlet exposed a fundamental aspect of Alexander's personality. He was prepared to incur significant personal expenses in order to uphold his honour as a public official. He was aware that democracy relies on people having faith in their leaders, and he was unwilling to let that faith be undermined, even if it meant ruining his own reputation. In a duel with Aaron Burr on the Weehawken, New Jersey, cliffs on July 11, 1804, Alexander Hamilton lost his life. The duel symbolized something greater about the nature of honor and public service in early America, but it was also the result of years of political and personal hostility. A newspaper article that quoted Alexander criticizing Burr's character was the direct cause of the duel. Alexander refused to offer Burr an apology that would have appeased Burr's sense of honor. They were forced to meet on the field of honor due to the social norms of the time. Alexander wrote letters to his wife and friends the night before the duel, outlining his reasoning and offering insights into his life and work. These letters show a man who felt constrained by the social mores of his class and time, but who was also deeply conflicted about the duel. He felt that he would lose his ability to influence public affairs and become ineffective as an advocate for the causes he supported if he gave in to Burr's challenge. The actual duel was short and tragic. Both men fired. Burr's shot found its mark, while Alexander's, perhaps on purpose, went wide. The following day, Alexander passed away, surrounded by loved ones who understood that one of the most extraordinary careers in American politics was coming to an end. Alexander's life, which had already made a significant contribution to American development and appeared to hold even more promise for future accomplishments, was cut short at the age of 49. In addition to establishing the nation's financial system and many of the precedents that would shape future economic policy, he had contributed to the creation of the Constitution and expressed a vision of American potential that still shapes our perception of what the nation could achieve. However, his intellectual rather than practical legacy may have been his most significant contribution. Alexander proved that concepts have repercussions, that thoughtful consideration of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that new institutions can be created that better meet the needs of people than the ones they replace. It's worthwhile to reflect on how Alexander Hamilton's theories still influence our modern world as you sink further into your cosy chair and maybe finish that cup of tea. His financial system laid the groundwork for the next 2 centuries of economic expansion in the United States. Debates concerning individual rights and federal authority are still governed by the constitutional principles he outlined. His vision of America as a modern, diverse, and economically vibrant country came to pass. However, Alexander's most lasting contribution may be his example of how intelligence, perseverance, and a dedication to a cause greater than oneself can help one overcome the circumstances of one's birth. He demonstrated that concepts are important, that thorough examination of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that wisely and strategically planned institutions can meet the needs of people for many generations. Alexander Hamilton's story provides an alternative viewpoint in our own era, when we confront problems that seem insurmountable and solutions that seem unattainable. The fundamental societal structures were being reconstructed and questioned during the time he lived, which was a time of great uncertainty and change. He had to come up with novel solutions to problems that had never been solved before. However, he approached these difficulties with methodical thought, meticulous analysis, and an unwavering faith that people could come up with better ways to arrange their shared lives, rather than with fear or despair. He realized that creating a successful society calls for both bold leadership and patient compromise, as well as visionary thinking and attention to detail. The America that Alexander Hamilton helped build never reached its full potential. He passed away before the nation had expanded far afield of the Atlantic coast, before the Industrial Revolution he had predicted had truly begun, and before the diversified, wealthy, and internationally significant country he had imagined had come to pass. However, he had sown the seeds that would eventually bear fruit that he could hardly have dreamed of. The most significant lesson from Alexander Hamilton's life may be that the task of creating a better world is never fully completed, that every generation inherits the successes and unsolved issues of its predecessors, and that our own contributions will be evaluated based on how well we further the continuous endeavour of human progress, rather than how well we solve every issue. As you get ready for bed tonight, you may consider the amazing fact that our thoughts on politics, economics, and society are still shaped by the ideas of a young man from a small Caribbean island who passed away more than 200 years ago. It serves as a reminder that people's lives can have far-reaching effects that are beyond their wildest expectations, and that it is never a waste of time to carefully consider how to improve the world. Alexander Hamilton was a strong believer in the ability of human reason to resolve difficult issues, the potential for establishing institutions that promote the common good, and the capacity of regular people to achieve extraordinary feats when given the chance. These were hard-won lessons from a life spent battling real problems and real responsibilities, not naive optimisms. His narrative implies that overcoming obstacles with consideration and perseverance, rather than avoiding them, is the way to meaningful success. Patient analysis and innovative thinking frequently yield solutions to seemingly intractable problems. When enough people are dedicated to the cause of change, institutions that seem permanent and unalterable can be changed or replaced. Most significantly, Alexander Hamilton's life shows that despite uncertainty and disappointment, it is possible to hold on to hope and purpose. He endured personal scandal, war, economic crisis, political unrest, and innumerable other setbacks, but he never lost hope that with clear thinking and hard work, people could make tomorrow better than today. That seems like a nice thing to think as you go to sleep. That the future is still up in the air, that people are still intelligent and kind, and that everyone has the chance to add something worthwhile to the continuing narrative of our shared existence. After beginning his life as an orphaned teenager on a small island, Alexander Hamilton went on to contribute to the founding of a nation. What else could we do? Sweet dreams, and may you awaken tomorrow with a semblance of Alexander Hamilton's quiet faith that difficult issues can be resolved, that brilliant ideas have the power to transform the world, and that there is always more significant work to be done. In the year 1162, amidst the sweeping steppes of Mongolia, a child was born into a world of cold winds and endless plains. This child, named Temujin, would grow to become the great Genghis Khan, a name that would echo across history as the founder of the Mongol Empire. But before he became a conqueror, he was simply a boy born into struggle, shaped by the harshness of his environment and the conflicts of his people. The Mongolian steppes stretched far and wide, a vast expanse of grasslands where the sky met the earth in a seamless horizon. Life here was simple yet brutal. Nomadic tribes moved with their herds, living off the land and surviving the harsh winters and the scorching summers. It was a world where strength, loyalty, and resilience were the keys to survival. Temujin's early years were marked by hardship. He was the son of Yesugei, a minor tribal leader, and his wife Holun. When Temujin was just a young boy, his father was poisoned by a rival tribe. This sudden loss left his family vulnerable, and they were abandoned by their own clan. His mother, Holun, took on the responsibility of raising Temujin and his siblings alone. The family was left to fend for themselves on the open steppes, relying on foraging, hunting, and sheer determination to survive. These early struggles forged a deep resilience in Temujin. He learned to endure hunger, cold, and the constant threat of violence. But he also learned the value of unity, the importance of family, and the need for loyalty. His mother's strength became a guiding force in his life. She taught him that survival required not only physical strength, but also wisdom, patience, and an unyielding spirit. As Temujin grew older, he began to understand the fragmented world of the Mongol tribes. There were endless feuds, shifting alliances, and a constant struggle for power. He saw how disunity left his people vulnerable. He dreamed of something greater, of a world where the tribes could be united, where the endless conflicts could be replaced with a shared purpose. But before he could realize this vision, he faced countless challenges. Betrayal was a constant threat. One of his closest friends, Jamuka, who had once sworn brotherhood with him, would later become his rival. Temujin's path was marked by moments of capture, imprisonment, and escape. Each setback hardened his resolve. He believed that strength was found not just in the sword, but in the unity of purpose and loyalty. In time, Temujin began to gather followers who saw his vision. He was not just a warrior. He was a leader who understood people. He rewarded loyalty and merit rather than noble birth, a revolutionary idea in a world bound by tradition. His reputation grew, and more tribes pledged their allegiance to him. His ability to inspire, to strategize, and to adapt set him apart. He was relentless, determined, and focused on a single goal: to unite the Mongol tribes under one banner. In 1206, after years of battles, alliances, and strategic brilliance, Temujin achieved his dream. He was declared Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. It was a title that reflected his role as the unifier of the Mongols, a leader who'd brought together the once fractured tribes into a formidable force. But Genghis Khan's vision did not stop at the borders of Mongolia. He saw beyond the steppes, beyond the horizon. His ambition was to create a world where his people could thrive, where the divisions that had weakened them for centuries could be replaced by a new order. His armies, skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, began to expand the Mongol territory. They moved with speed, discipline, and precision, conquering lands that had once seemed unreachable. The campaigns of Genghis Khan swept across Central Asia, into China, and beyond. His leadership was marked by a combination of ruthless efficiency and strategic genius. He understood the importance of adapting to new challenges, incorporating new technologies, and learning from the cultures he encountered. Under his rule, the Mongol Empire became a melting pot of ideas, trade, and communication. But Genghis Khan was more than just a conqueror. He established laws to bring order to the chaos of his expanding empire. His code, known as the Yasa, emphasized loyalty, discipline, and justice. He promoted religious tolerance, recognizing that unity required respecting the beliefs of diverse peoples. He created systems of communication, trade routes, and infrastructure that connected distant parts of his empire. The Silk Road, once a dangerous route, flourished under Mongol protection, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. As you breathe in deeply, picture the vast Mongolian steppes under a night sky filled with stars. The grass sways gently in the breeze, and the world is quiet except for the soft sounds of horses and the distant crackle of campfires. Genghis Khan's legacy stretches across these plains, a reminder of a leader who dared to dream of unity, who faced the harshness of his world with an unbreakable spirit. His life was a journey of resilience, vision, and transformation. He turned adversity into strength, chaos into order, and disunity into a vast and enduring empire. Though his methods were fierce, his impact on the world was profound. The connections he forged between East and West reshaped history, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let the story of Genghis Khan remind you of the power of perseverance, the strength found in unity, and the importance of vision. His life, filled with challenges and triumphs, speaks to the boundless potential within each of us, the ability to overcome, to lead, and to create lasting change. As you drift even deeper into the calming embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's journey gently guide your thoughts. His story, one of struggle, vision, and unrelenting determination, is a reminder of the strength that lies within every challenge we face and the boundless potential we possess to shape our own destinies. Picture the endless Mongolian steppes beneath a vast night sky, where the stars shine like scattered diamonds, illuminating the dark plains below. The wind moves softly, whispering tales of ancient conquests and unification, carrying with it the faint scent of grasslands and distant fires. This is the world where Genghis Khan forged his legacy, a world where survival was harsh, but the spirit of resilience was even stronger. As his empire expanded, so too did his influence. His conquests stretched from the mountains of China to the deserts of Persia, from the plains of Russia to the cities of the Middle East. But beyond the battles and the victories, Genghis Khan's mind remained focused on a singular goal: creating a world where his people could thrive. He was not driven purely by conquest, but by the desire to establish order where there was once chaos, to bring unity to lands divided by endless feuds. The Mongol Empire under his leadership was not just vast, but interconnected. Trade routes flourished under his protection, allowing merchants, scholars, and travellers to move more freely than ever before. This period of stability and security, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica, allowed ideas, cultures, and innovations to flow across continents. Paper, gunpowder, and art travelled from east to west, while philosophies, religions, and scientific discoveries spread in return. Imagine the caravans moving slowly across the Silk Road, their lanterns glowing softly in the dark, their footsteps measured and steady, the gentle clinking of goods, the murmur of languages blending together. This was a world where once isolated cultures began to connect, creating a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision of an interconnected world laid the foundation for this exchange, bridging the gaps between civilizations and opening pathways that had once seemed impassable. As you breathe in slowly, picture the vast expanse of his empire, the lands stretching beyond sight. Mountains rise in the distance, rivers carve paths through fertile valleys, and open plains roll endlessly toward the horizon. Each part of this landscape, once divided, is now united under a common rule, a testament to the power of a shared purpose. Genghis Khan's dream of unity has become a reality, one shaped by his unwavering will and strategic brilliance. But even as his empire grew, Genghis Khan remained tied to the simplicity of his roots. He lived a life close to the earth, surrounded by the people who had followed him from the very beginning. He never allowed himself to be consumed by luxury or excess. His strength lay in his ability to understand both the warrior's path and the leader's burden, to balance the ferocity of conquest with the wisdom of governance. As the years passed, Genghis Khan continued to guide his people, his vision extending beyond his own lifetime. He established systems of law and order, ensuring that justice and discipline held his empire together. His code, the Yasa, provided structure and fairness, holding even the highest-ranking leaders accountable. This commitment to order and loyalty became the backbone of the Mongol Empire, a legacy that would endure long after his death. In 1227, Genghis Khan's journey came to an end. He passed away during a military campaign. His body returned to the land he had known since childhood. His burial place remains a mystery, hidden somewhere in the vast steppes, a secret held tightly by those who revered him. But though his physical presence faded, his legacy continued to shape the world. His descendants carried his vision forward, expanding the empire and cementing his place in history. As you breathe deeply, feel the quiet power of Genghis Khan's story resonating within you. His life teaches us that, even in the face of unimaginable challenges, a determined spirit can overcome, a clear vision can unify, and resilience can shape the course of history. He transformed his hardships into strength, his struggles into purpose, and his dreams into reality. Imagine the steppes once more, now calm under the vast night sky. The stars continue their silent watch. The wind carries a sense of timelessness, and the land stretches out in quiet peace. The world rests much like you do now, embracing the stillness that follows the storm, the calm that comes after a journey well travelled. Allow yourself to let go completely, to surrender to this peaceful stillness. The story of Genghis Khan has taken you across endless plains, through battles, struggles, and victories. Now, you rest, knowing that strength, resilience, and vision lie within you, just as they did within him. The journey of discovery, growth, and purpose is yours to continue when you awaken. As you sink deeper into the embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's legacy ripple through your mind like a soft, steady current. His journey was vast, stretching across endless plains and through the annals of history, yet his life was also a reflection of universal truths: strength in adversity, vision beyond boundaries, and the enduring power of unity. Imagine the stillness of the steppes at dawn, the first light of day casting a golden hue across the endless grasslands. The world holds its breath in quiet anticipation, a moment suspended between night and day. This is the same land that shaped Temujin, the boy who became Genghis Khan. The cold winds, the hardships, the endless horizons, all these elements forged his spirit, teaching him to endure, to adapt, and to lead. As you breathe deeply, let that same sense of quiet resilience settle within you. Just as the steppes stretched beyond sight, so too do the possibilities within your own life. The journey of Genghis Khan reminds us that no matter how vast the challenges before us, the human spirit is capable of incredible endurance and transformation. In your mind's eye, picture the endless caravans that travelled the Silk Road under the protection of the Mongol Empire. Merchants from distant lands move steadily along ancient routes, their carts loaded with silks, spices, and knowledge. The world is connected in ways it had never been before, ideas flowing freely across continents. These connections, once fragile and uncertain, now weave a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision brought people together, creating pathways where there had once been barriers. His legacy lives not just in the conquests, but in the bridges he built between cultures, the systems of order he established, and the idea that unity, even amidst diversity, is possible. Now, let your thoughts drift further into the stillness of night. The campfires have burned down to embers, their soft glow casting faint light across the faces of warriors, nomads, and travellers. The air is filled with the faint scent of smoke and the quiet murmur of people at rest. This moment of peace, hard-earned and cherished, reflects the balance that Genghis Khan sought, a world where strength and stability allowed for moments of tranquility. Feel the calm spread through your body, each breath drawing you deeper into a space of comfort and safety. The struggles of the day fall away like grains of sand carried by the wind. You are part of a larger story, one where each challenge you face shapes you, where every moment of resilience adds to your strength. Like the great Khan, you possess the power to endure, to dream, and to create a legacy of your own. Imagine now the vast plain stretching out beneath a sky filled with stars. The universe seems infinite, yet there is a profound sense of peace in knowing that you are a part of this grand expanse. The wind whispers gently, carrying with it the stories of the past, the hopes of the present, and the dreams of the future. You're connected to this timeless flow, your spirit at ease, your heart steady. As your mind drifts further into sleep, let the essence of Genghis Khan's story remain with you. His life, shaped by hardship and triumph, reminds us that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth. His journey from a boy abandoned on the steppes to a ruler who united vast lands is a testament to the power of determination and vision. You too carry that same potential within you, the ability to overcome, to rise, and to transform. The world outside grows softer now, the edges of reality blurring as you surrender to rest. Your breath is slow, steady, and calm. Each inhale fills you with a sense of possibility. Each exhale releases any tension you've been holding. The night wraps around you like a warm cloak, protecting and soothing you as you drift further into peaceful sleep. As you drift even deeper into the embrace of sleep, the vast plains of history stretch endlessly before you, serene and timeless. The gentle rhythm of your breath mirrors the calm, steady winds of the Mongolian steppes, whispering stories of courage, resilience, and transformation. The journey of Genghis Khan lingers softly in your mind, a reminder that every challenge faced, every hardship overcome, shapes the path towards something greater. In this peaceful expanse, the world feels limitless. The night sky, filled with an infinite sea of stars, reflects the boundless potential within you. Each star glimmers with a quiet brilliance, a beacon of possibility, hope, and the dreams that lie waiting beyond the horizon. Just as Genghis Khan dared to look beyond the confines of his world, you too are capable of breaking through barriers, of envisioning new paths, of creating a life defined by your own resilience and purpose. Imagine the quiet of the ancient world. No city lights, no noise of modern life, just the pure, unbroken silence of the night. The grass beneath you is soft, cool, and fragrant. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of earth and distant fires. The only sounds are the faint rustling of the wind and the occasional soft nicker of a horse standing watch. This tranquility is a gift, a space where you can let go, breathe deeply, and allow your mind to float freely. As you inhale, draw in a sense of calm strength. With each exhale, release the burdens of the day, the worries that cling like shadows. In this space, there is no need to rush, no need to struggle. You are safe, held gently by the vastness of history and the quiet wisdom it offers. Like the open steppes, your mind expands, free from constraints, filled with possibility. The story of Genghis Khan is one of transformation, of a young boy who endured pain and loss, but who rose to become a leader who reshaped the world. His journey reminds us that strength is born in moments of adversity, that the spirit is forged in the fires of challenge. His vision was clear, his resolve unbreakable, and within you too lies that same seed of potential, that same capacity for growth, for vision, for resilience. Picture the endless plains bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The first rays of sunlight touch the horizon, casting a warm golden light over the land. The sky shifts from deep indigo to gentle hues of pink and orange. The world awakens slowly, peacefully, as the night gives way to a new day. This transition, from darkness to light, is a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how long the night may seem, the dawn always comes. Let this thought settle gently in your mind. Just as the night must yield to the morning, every struggle you face, every challenge you endure holds the promise of renewal, of new beginnings, of possibilities yet to be realized. The journey of life, like the journey of Genghis Khan, is one of cycles, of hardship and triumph, of darkness and light, of endings and new beginnings. Feel your body relax even further, each muscle letting go, your mind sinking deeper into the comfort of sleep. The weight of the world lifts away, leaving you light, free, and at peace. The winds of the steppes, the vast horizons, and the quiet strength of history envelop you in a cocoon of serenity. In this state of deep relaxation, know that you are part of something timeless. The struggles, the victories, the dreams of those who came before you live on, whispering their wisdom and encouragement. You are connected to this greater tapestry of humanity, a thread woven through the fabric of time, resilient and unbroken.